We live. We live. What's up, good people? Welcome to the show. Let's get things going. Let's get things started. Glad to be here on this Monday. Yeah, see the topic. Yeah, see the thumbnail. So you know what we're about to get into today. So strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
All right. What's up, good people? Welcome to the building. Welcome into the building. Appreciate everybody coming on in. And as usual, I'm still sitting here dotting some I's and crossing some T's. About to get this thing going. Shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in bright and early before we even get things going. Appreciate each and every one of you. Appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to Logan JJ. He always drop one of those first comments when I'm getting the ball rolling. When I'm getting the ball rolling and getting this thing off the ground, Logan JJ, one of the ones that always come through and drop one of those first comments. I do appreciate it. Hopefully dropped a comment as well as a like. All right, cool. Got that where I need it to be. And then let me get this where I need it to be. And we are set and ready to go. Shout out to those that make it in bright and early bird squad. Like I said, Logan JJ, number 16, the Wandering Mind of JDM. Sounds like a weird Marvel series that they're going to do. Some really obscure comic book from back in the day that didn't really take off. They only sold like 37 issues. The Wandering Mind of JDM. He had some weird superpower where it's like he daydream real hard and then he end up. Okay, I'm not going to go there. I was about to show y'all my creativity. Shout out to Gun Streaks in the building. He said this flop comedian is certified cornball. I don't know if he a flop because if you're popular online, you're popular. I'm not even going to go there and call the man a flop. He do got a lot of videos of doing a lot of simping. He got a lot of those. I was plotting on playing them, but see, I don't want to do what he did and muddy the waters of what's being said by trying to people do that a lot. People try to dig up a video of somebody saying something more objectionable than what they actually said. So I want to stick to this video and break down what was wrong with this video and not pull up his other moments of simpery, which there are many. Which there are many. Trust me. And this was like a veiled simp, like a veiled cape. Yeah, he really wanted to say some stuff about Kevin Samuels, but he's not doing it. He said he's going to do it, but he started with the fans, and it was a very indirect way of trying to diss Kevin Samuels. Well, we're going to get in there. We're going to break it down line by line. Yeah, I know how we do here. We attack the ideas and not the people. Keep it logical, as logical and reasonable as possible. But shout out to Ricardo Rodney in the building. Shout out to Ricardo Rodney. He said something special happened today. I got green lights all the way. I'm mad that I can't play that in my intro, even though it's up on the main page of my YouTube channel. That clip that SKC put together and that song is still there. Can't play it in my intro because videos get demonetized when you do that. And having too many of those videos stop you from having channel memberships. And now, because I think because I went so long without playing videos, without having copyrighted stuff in it, I think channel memberships are now available for me. Well, I think to it. Channel memberships are actually available for me. So those will be coming tomorrow. The channel memberships. It wasn't available. It just popped up over the weekend. So that's wonderful. I've been waiting on that. So I will be able to do channel memberships real soon. But shout out to those that make it in bright and early. We're about to dig right into this. 66 people in the building. Hit the like button. Let people know that you're here. Yep, CP Time in the house. Y'all know I don't start on time. Chaka Nulu in the building. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Excalibur. Logan JJ. Snuggles. Juan G's. Anthony Rugger Phillips. It says, morning, Brother Bernard. Good morning, Brother Bernard. He says, good morning, Brother Bernard. Salute. Shout out to everybody. Prophet of Thought in the building says, what's good with it, brother? Shout out to everybody. And before I get into this not so beautiful bean footage, got to shout out Presidential Mike. He says, outside of domestic issues, Transformers and are more violent towards women than men. Oh, he says Transformers are more violent. What? Outside of domestic issues, Transformers are more violent towards women than men. You not backing that up with stats, but I know where you're going. You didn't back that up with stats, but I know where you're going. Because in relationships, there's going to be that's just a human condition. That's just a human condition. I don't like it. I don't hit women. I don't like that there's men that do hit women. I don't like that there's women that hit men. But you take 200 people, make 100 couples. No matter what you do, just the nature of human beings, there's going to be a percentage of those relationships where there will be violence. We should try as a society to get that number as low as possible. We should want that number to be as low as possible, but there will always be a percentage of domestic violence. So I understand what you're saying. Take those off the table. Them Transformers who be out there hanging out with women just as they be getting into just as many catty arguments and catty fights, and then that woman find out the hard way that this switching, weave flipping, long fingernail wearing, Pringles potato chip eyelash having when she blink, yeah, they find out that chick, they find out that that's actually a man. I mean, they already knew, but they get real hard confirmation when they get into an argument and a fight with one of them. There's plenty of videos online where a woman was talking junk to a Transformer like it was an actual woman underneath there. And yeah, he was fighting and swinging all wild like a woman, but it was man strength behind them windmill punches. I mean, I was like, damn. He was knocking that. It was some female strength. I mean, some male strength behind them windmills. Boy, I was like, whoa. Them Transformers don't be playing. They walk around switching in some I don't know where they found some size 13 high heels, some 6-inch heels that's a size 13 and a half. I don't know where they found them. They sell high heels in men, size 13 and a half in men. They sell high heels like that. So he out there walking around switching in those high heels, get into an argument with a woman. You let her know real quick that he actually a man. Yeah, it's plenty of videos of that. So I know where you're going. I know where you're going. I know where you're going with that. They let them know. They let them know in the worst way possible. Who we got here? Muck City Productions in the building. Shout out to Muck City Productions. Appreciate you and Presidential Mike coming through and putting 5 on it. NBA pumps. I mean, Janelle, it's NBA size pumps. They ain't supposed to be selling those damn pumps that fucking Blake Griffin can fit. Yeah, that's all right, brother P. That I'm about to see. I've always defeated that by just staying hella consistent, just coming on every day at the same time. So even if my subs don't get the notification, they know I'm on at the same time in the morning every day, Monday through Friday. So that's what I'm about to recommit to, Monday through Friday and occasional Saturdays. That's what I'm about to commit to. So even if you don't get the notifications, you know when to look for me. So I got to get back on that grind. But that's all right. That's all right. YouTube does what it do. They do what they do. We're going to do what we do. But appreciate you. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to Leo Anthony, says support black male media. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. All right, let's see. Let me get this thing going. Let me pull up this not so beautiful bean footage so we can go ahead and get right into it. So we can go ahead and get right into it. Let me pull it up on you. Let me pull it up on you. All right. 113 in the building. Weird, obscure fact that some people don't know: hotels skip the 13th floor. They go right from 10th floor, 11th floor, 12th floor, 14th floor. A lot of people don't know that. They actually skip the 13th floor because that's the bad luck. People give significant value to people give value to okay, I'm doing this all wrong. God damn it, I'm acting like I don't know how to use StreamYard. Hold on. People give numerical value, emotional, real world, human, causal value to numbers. So grown people, superstitious as hell, won't sleep on a hotel on the 13th floor. That's fascinating to me. I personally find that to be funny as hell. I really do. I really do. But people superstitious and religious. Which I'm not, but I respect it. I respect it. I used to be real religious. I had to learn to respect it. I had to learn to respect it, even though I walked away from it. I still respect it. But let's get into it. Let's get into it. And I'm looking at this right now. Ooh, I got things I need to be doing. Stock market wise. All right. Gotta focus on. See a number of things going on here, but all right. All right. When I get a little more confident in my trades, I'm gonna be giving y'all some bad stock advice that y'all shouldn't follow, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway. But all right, here we go. Ryan Davis, just real quick, the backstory for those of you that don't know. The backstory for those of you who don't know, Ryan Davis went live, not live. Well, I think he was live. Who knows? Who cares? Basically talking junk about Kevin Samuels fans. And whenever somebody is talking about Kevin Samuels fans, I look at it like they're really just taking shots at the manosphere. So when somebody takes shots at the manosphere, this male space, I find it necessary for me and well, a lot of people, not just me, but me personally, I find it necessary to comment on it, to talk about it, to dig in and break down what was wrong with what they said. I don't got to personally attack them. I don't got to make no jokes about them. I'm just going to break down why he wouldn't make no sense. That's what I do. That's what I do. The other people who roast him, he might catch a couple jokes, but good, clean, good, clean, clean, good spirited jokes. But overall, I like to break down what people are saying and what's wrong with it. Edward Anderson says he need to accuse Corey Holcomb of violence against him. I don't even know what I don't even know. I don't even know what that was. I don't know what that's referring to. See, I need to get my coffee ready. I need to drink something. My mouth's dry. I'm stuttering like crazy. All right, but let's go. Let's get into it.
Part series on Kevin Samuels. And I couldn't even get started because as soon as I posted this picture of him, niggas started attacking me. Why are you using that picture? Why in the world are you attacking the Godfather? Why in the world do you got something negative to say about Kevin Samuels? You a simp. You a hater. You clout chasing. I haven't said a single word about this nigga yet, and y'all are ready to attack me because you think I might say something negative about your daddy. That's right. Your daddy. You know, father figure, having ass niggas who look to this man that you don't know to speak for you, and you just rah cheering behind them.
All right. That's the first thing, and that's just not Ryan Davis on that one. Everybody does that. As far as from what I can tell, everybody does that. It's a tactic when you don't like a particular individual and the things that he has to say. You charge up his fans with viewing him as their daddy, as their father figure of some sort. It's an unnecessary thing that we do that don't make no damn sense. It really don't. It really don't. You don't have to go that. Just state what this man does that you disagree with. State what he says that you disagree with. But a lot of people do that. You could follow somebody. But let me just explain it like this. You could follow somebody and you could agree with their message and you could root and cheer for their channel, their show, their success. You can legitimately like what you're seeing in this individual's content. But when you see somebody who sees the same thing as somebody else's content who you don't like as much, then you charge them up with, oh, they look at him as their daddy, they YouTube daddy. So that right now it came right up the gate with a disingenuous BS argument. I don't like when we do that and start pulling up people. They come from single mother-led homes, and that's why they view this YouTube dude as their daddy. Okay, you got a big following yourself. People follow and root and cheer you and defend you when other people come at you. Like, are you they daddy? It's like it's a weird, goofy thing when people start playing that game. They only play that game they only play that game when somebody who they don't like has a big following. They want to charge up the fan base with something that don't make sense, that they don't apply consistently across the board to fans of people who they actually like, or fans of themselves.
Now, it's a lot of us men, right, who's out here handling our business, doing what we have to do, who have had an issue with women not being accountable. If you look
now, right there, that was already the attempt to try to charge up Kevin Samuels fans as people who not handling business, even though most of his channel, before it went viral when he started talking about it from the female end of it. But even right now, most of his channel is about men handling their business. What he's saying to the women don't work if the men don't handle their business. And every chance that he get in those conversations, he makes it clear that the men should be handling their business. So already it's a false dichotomy being set up that the people that are fans of him are men who are not handling their business. That's strike two.
Last year, I made a post saying that all these billions of people on social media, all these pages, and nobody is specializing in showing women accountability. Taraji P. Henson, who was very pro-woman, and Jill Scott, who was very pro-woman, agreed with me. And people attack Jill Scott for agreeing with me on the post. Nobody has an issue with holding. And Jill Scott, who was very pro these billions.
I'm backing it up real quick. I want to see how long ago did he do that.
Right, who's out here handling our business, doing what we have to do, who have had an issue with women not being accountable. If you look, last year I made a post saying that all these billions of people on social media, all these pages, and nobody is specializing in showing women accountability. Taraji P. Henson, who was very pro-woman, and Jill Scott, who was very pro-woman, agreed with me. And people attack Jill Scott for agreeing with me on the post. Nobody has an issue with holding women accountable. So when Kevin Samuels...
So I personally think, can't prove it, but I personally think it's just my personal opinion on this. I see the jokes in the chat. I see the joke. I let my chat room do the joking. Real talk. Real quick. Real talk. Let my chat room do the talking. That's true. Kendra D channel holds women accountable. So does Danica Marie, but they are manosphere adjacent, or manosphere. I mean, well, Danica Marie, she didn't grow up. She didn't come up in the manosphere, but you could tell she listens and repackages a lot of the things with her own spin and twist on it. She's a good content creator. I give props to good content creators. Not knocking. I don't stand by everything to go on over there, but I do give credit to good content creators. But yeah. Look, I always said manosphere. Is where the accountability is. Manosphere is where the accountability is. I had to take that first swig of that coffee. All right. But my take on why he said that is essentially because he made that comment. There are billions of social media pages, and not one of them is dedicated to teaching women accountability. My personal opinion, can't prove it. My personal opinion is that he would make that statement because he has a history of pandering. He has a history of getting his pander bear on. Now, he did get into a little back and forth with Derek Jackson that was funny as hell. Like a lot of people won't be in the chat room saying, "Oh, this dude, he's a whack comedian. He ain't funny." He's funny. He's funny. I give it to him. On that. He's funny. He ain't the funniest in my, because I like some of his comedy, but he got into it with Derek Jackson, So he's went at it with the real Pander Bears, but he's done a lot of videos of his own pandering and whatnot himself. So if last year sometime he posted that, I think it was just, sometimes people do a deliberate thing when they know they building a track record. Let me try to sway the pendulum in a different way. That's just my personal opinion. Can't prove it. Maybe he genuinely feels like that. Maybe he doesn't. I'm just giving my opinion on that based off his track record. I side eye it when somebody who has a fairly steady track record of doing one thing slips in something else. I think is tactical, but at the same time, it could be a legitimate somebody who, who's seeing both sides. So it can go either way. But moving forward.
Came forward, it was a breath of fresh air to me. But nobody has an issue with holding women accountable. So when Kevin Samuels came forward, it was a breath of fresh air to me. But what I didn't realize is how many bitch ass niggas he was going to empower. All these niggas, if you ever see Kevin Samuels go live, just look at the live feed comments. Soon as a woman pop up, oh, she a 2. She don't deserve a man. Oh, she probably got 100 kids, whatever. All these no put
on a show where part of the show is when women come on talking about what they want, and then Kevin Samuels does a proper appraisal of that woman. One of the things in the appraisal to see if she even qualifies for what it is that she's saying that she wants is her ranking on a scale from 1 through 10. So it's no surprise that the men would be ranking women on site when they come in there. That's really no surprise. You shouldn't find that as a surprise. The fact that you find criticism in a chat room, and we're gonna focus on that. His focus on the chat room. That's the goofiest part of this whole thing. He puts a large focus on what the Kevin Samuels chat room is doing, and we know chat rooms are crazy. We know that, But the fact of the matter is, women, men ranking the women on a channel that ranks women, that should be expected. And in a chat room where there's 20,000 people in there, it should be expected that their ranking system would be pretty damn harsh and rough and rugged. They will say the chick is a 2 or a 3. Kevin Samuels will give her a 6. I tend to, agree with most, a lot of the 6s that he give out. I tend to agree with him. But in my opinion, sometimes Kevin Samuels would give out a 6 to a chick that I would rank higher than that. But at the same time, you expect the chat room to be ignorant. You could expect that. There's 20,000 people in there. You think it's not going to be some nameless, faceless trolls in there saying whatever, ranking a girl a 2 that look better than every woman they ever had sex with? You don't think that's obviously going to happen? That's obviously going to happen. That's why I say this is just a veiled way to try to come at Kevin Samuels by coming at his name, the nameless, faceless chat room idiots that's going to lurk around no matter what when you get a channel that big. That's just automatic. Like, we know that. Black Wolf Inc. in the building says, salute Captain Peace to the chat. Smash the like button, ninjas. Time is money, and the likes are free, baby. Shout out to Black Wolf Inc. Shout out to you. Almost forgot about this. Shout out to SKC for making that. Shout out to Black Wolf Inc. Been one of my day ones. Shout out. Hashim Jahar in the building says, Ryan is drafting Kevin Samuels' meteoric rise like the movie Days of Thunder. He is a crash dummy in the making. Shout out to you. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Right, Ed. Thanks for summing that up. Leave it to Ed to sum it up in very few words. So Kevin is accountable for 1 million followers. Yes. That's essentially what he said. That's essentially what he said.
She probably got 100 kids, whatever. All these no pussy getting ass niggas who ain't never had the bravery to speak to a woman can't do nothing but talk shit when Kevin is talking to these women. And
I hate when dudes just out the blue get charged up with not being able to get pussy. Like what is that? Where does that come from? I don't see the correlation. I don't see the correlation between somebody being in a chat room watching Kevin Samuels' show to they can't get no pussy. I hate when people draw those logical conclusions, and I hate it even more when somebody who was probably pussy getting, probably a little challenged when it came to getting pussy until he got some fame and notoriety and money, would be charging people up with that. Like that always bothers me. That always bothers me. The thing I like about Ryan Davis's comedy is that, I like comedians who you could tell they were kind of losers, and that's where they drew their comedy from. I actually like that. I genuinely like comedians like I remember Seth Rogen made a joke where he was like, a lot of guys are just too confident in themselves. They'll say something like, "Ooh, like I'll fuck the shit out of her," and he was like, "I'm not so sure that I could do that." Comedians who are self-aware that they were losers before they got big with their comedy, I actually like it. And he makes some jokes that imply that. I actually like comedians who do that, who got a certain amount of self-awareness. Like Donald Glover don't have a problem talking about being lame. I actually like that. So dude, like we can see you and we know what's like eh, these no pussy getting, like, come on, dude. Come on, man. Like, we see you. Like, don't just randomly on a whim charge up people you can't see with not being able to get pussy. When we can see you and we can understand that it probably was a moment in your life where getting pussy wasn't the easiest thing for you to do. Sure, it's easy now, and that's part of what Kevin Samuels' channel talks about. The mere fact that, yeah, you build yourself up, you become successful, you become a man, you start making money, you start being successful, you get your status and your visibility and all that up, and then, yeah, you get access to some things. So it turns into a goofy moment where, you're just looking at other guys who you don't know in a chat room and then just charging them up with not being able to get pussy. That's just a weird thing. That's just a weird thing to me. It shows that you don't have an argument. It shows that you don't have an argument. Snuggles in the building. Thing that the wolf came out. Thing that the wolf came out is time for the bear to show up and let you all see what it really all about. Hit it, Bernard. You know what? I'm only gonna play 2 seconds of it.
Hi, I'm Snuggles.
Thank you, Snuggles. Appreciate the super chat. You and your little thing you got going on with Black Wolf. Dig Glug in the building. He says, I find it suspicious that these dudes defend everything our women do. I may be jumping to conclusions here, but it seems as if these dudes did something to a woman in the past and try to make up for it. There are some guys who defend women at every corner that were, yeah, that's how they had their come to Jesus moment where they start defending all women and believe in all women because they know that they were a piece of crap. So, and they did so many crappy things to women that, yes, they feel obligated to defend women at all costs because they project the things that they do onto other men. And so they think other men are out operating like them. So it's an easy step for them to just defend all women because they really defending all women against the effery that they engage in. Not understanding that there's men that don't engage in that and who'd be on the receiving end of that kind of thing coming from women, you see. So that is a thing. That is a thing. That I don't think that's Ryan Davis. I don't think that's him. I think his just it just comes just from just good old fashioned. I don't want to say just good old fashioned, simpery. It's maybe some white knighting. White knighting is probably the more correct term that we see with a lot of people online who just blindly defend women or just defend women in a broad, general way. Like he had a video where basically the whole video was just him just praising Black women for being everything just awesome on earth, the most educated, the most this, so strong, so this, so that. I wasn't gonna play it because I don't want to muddy the waters of this video, playing a simped out video that he made where he, in the most broad, general way possible, put Black women in a box of praise, in the can't do no wrong, Black woman is God type. It had that kind of feel to it, if you understand what I'm saying. Like he's done stuff like that. He's done stuff like that, and that comes from a different place than the guy who's just been taking a crap on women his whole life, and then they get a daughter, and now they have an epiphany, a come to Jesus moment. That's a different type of dude that believes all women and defends all women no matter what. That's a different type of dude. I don't think that's Ryan Davis. I think his comes from somewhere else. Black Wolf Inc. in the building says, play my music one more time for that hating Snuggles. Man, yeah, okay. I'm not. Hey, yeah, super chatting. Shout out to you. Shout out to Black Wolf Inc. All right, let's I think that may be it on the super chat end. Right. She says, y'all don't feel the same way when black women praise all black men. If they do it in such in a the black man is God type of way, I do feel that way. I do feel like they capping. I do feel like they're doing it with an agenda. I do feel like they're overselling their point. I do feel like they're trying to grow a black male audience. You know. Now, granted, I'm not going to get like, for example, see, I don't want to call out anybody, any individuals, but there is a place where it's like, okay, she clearly pandering. Put it like that. There is a place where somebody is clearly pandering. Push one in the chat if that's a resting bitch face on Sister George's face. Just push one in the chat. I think she thought she was so cute in that picture, but she just couldn't. She just couldn't fight the evil, wicked witch of the West inside of her. It's like you could just see it just oozing out. Like she put on her selfie face and got her little hand. You know, you could just see it. You could just see the evil. You could just see it. It's like she tried. I give her props. She tried. She said, you know what? I'm going to be a good, happy, peaceful person today. And she got the phone, took the selfie, posed. She thought she looked so pleasant. But no, it didn't work. It didn't work. You failed. Come again. Come again. Nice try. Nice try. The resting bitch face was strong with that one. Shout out to Snuggles once again. I'm trying to get back into the video. I love when the super chats interrupt the video.
Hi, I'm Snuggles.
Shout it out. She says, so now you're back from the young man over on the other side. Now you want to come and see what the old people are doing. Okay, see, I see Snuggles. See, I don't know what you be talking about, Snuggles. I don't know what be going on. I don't know what Snuggles be talking about. But shout out to Snuggles. Appreciate the super chats. Appreciate everybody who support the stream. All right, let's get back into it.
Us men who are handling our business and doing our shit, come on, be honest. We know these niggas. We know who these niggas are. They're the same niggas that troll us in our comment section. And all I'm saying is,
Hold on. This is an important part to catch. Here.
And us men who are handling our business and doing our shit, come on, be honest. We know these niggas. We know who these niggas are. They're the same niggas that troll us in our comment section. And all I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if
Now, if he's saying that we know who these guys are, they the same dudes that troll us in the comment section. You do realize you just shot your whole argument in the foot. Once you acknowledge that these dudes exist and they predated Kevin Samuels and they've been trolling you in your comment section before they was trolling him, and you've been famous longer than he been famous, you just admitted that it's not the Kevin Samuels fans you have a problem with, it's random internet trolls that you have a problem with, who's going to package their troll accordingly depending on the channel that they're on. Once you admit that, you no longer have an argument. That's how the logic works. Once you acknowledge that trolls are universal, you can no longer then turn around and say that, man, these Kevin Samuels has created all these beta male trolls, these dudes that can't get no pussy, these dudes of this. You just admitted you got the same ones. You just admitted that they be in your chat room doing the same stuff. If you get big and if you get in the realm of hundreds of thousands of subs and you go live, you're going to have chat room trolls. Once you acknowledge that, you're done. Now you don't have an argument, which means you didn't come with an argument against anything that Kevin Samuels is saying. You came with arguments against things that chat room trolls say that you just admitted are universal. Shout out to E Taylor 704. Says, peace, BR and chat. You just got on and saw this fat, ugly ninja pic, and we all know he's white knight / simping and was not getting cakes. Excuse me, not getting cakes before Insta. I mean, I hear you on that last part. Well, shout out to you. Appreciate the $5 super chat. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a lame dude figuring out a way to get rich and then getting access to women after that. That's okay. That's okay. But we know, like we can see you. We know where you come from. We know what side of the fence you own. Like, like we see what's going on. We see what's up. So for that reason, yeah, I mean, this is looking at the super chat. I don't want to gloss by it too fast, but yeah, he says, "Peace be now in chat." Just okay, yeah, called him a bunch of stuff, and he was not getting cakes before Insta. I'm good with that. I'm good with brothers, you know, doing what they had to do to become successful. That gets you in rooms that you otherwise wouldn't be in. You're making money moves you otherwise wouldn't be able to make, and you're getting access to women that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get access to. That's a good thing. Get the money. Get the money. I'm good with that. But I don't think you get to be charging other people up with you can't get no pussy. I you know, I think you got to pump the brakes on some of that. You know, you acting like you getting it off of just raw physical attraction and desire. Almost referenced somebody else on that one. Mr. Barlow in the building. Hey, my 4th grade teacher name was Miss Barlow. And as old as she was, you might be her damn husband looking at that picture. All right, rerun or big worm. What in the hell is he talking about? Right on, right on. Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. All right, let's roll it. Let's roll it.
Kevin is doing a service, because if he create 3 angels in women by teaching them to be accountable, but in the end create 1,000 monster ass niggas that's ready to disrespect women on the back end, it's hurting what he's trying to do. Why the fuck?
All right, so that's his argument. He going to create 3 women that's going to be accountable, but also create 1,000 dudes who are now disrespecting women. Okay, again, chat rooms are crazy. It's going to be disrespecting the chat room. Anybody to, like, I got some people on my block list that disrespect me and my physical appearance and whatever is wrong with it. You know, I let but I have to block them. Obviously, if I brought a different woman up here every day, I mean, people gonna be wilding out. People gonna be throwing, shooting, you know, shooting darts, arrows, and daggers, spears, and the whole works at the person who's on camera. That's just the nature of the beast. That's the nature of the beast. But his argument is that Kevin Samuels is creating something that he just admitted already exists. He just admitted that it already exists, so you can't now say that he's creating it if you admit it that it already exists. But you're still far away from substantiating the claim that he somehow, even though you admitted you're wrong, you shot your argument in the foot, you're still far away from substantiating the claim that monsters are being created on a channel that, when you take away all the fluff and the feathers, he is talking about women getting on board, women being more compliant, women being more feminine and submissive and losing the weight. But he's talking about the guys stepping up and doing what they're supposed to do as well. I mean, he's trying to bring black people together. He's trying to create more black families. If you really look at what he's talking about, you scratch beneath the surface, what's really going on there is that, the dude, a successful high earning dude, don't necessarily need to reach down and get with the chick that's calling in, who's overweight, closing in on 40 with a couple kids by a couple men. He's not saying that the guy need to do that, but he does argue that if a woman shows up proper, fit, feminine, in shape, look good head on her shoulders, and you want a family, that you shouldn't waste that woman time. You should get with that woman. Like that's you should get with that woman and even marry that woman, state sanctioned. So I've argued that it seems like men should have more disagreement with it than women, but women giving all the pushback to that. So you can't say that he's creating monsters if you look at what he's really telling them to do in the long run. If you look at that you shut up a little bit. The dudes with breasts should keep quiet. Yeah, and gone, man. Sole provider. I agree in both contexts. That's not the context that I meant, but I agree in both contexts. That what I was talking about, but right on.
Fuck does it even bother you that I use this picture? Oh, he looks gay in that picture. Oh, that's why you're using it. Want me to use this picture? What about this picture? Maybe I should use this picture. The reason it doesn't matter what picture I use, because Kevin Samuels looks gay. He's not gay. The singer Neo had the same issue. He would take all kinds of pictures that make people question his sexuality. When men are raised by women and they don't have any male influence whatsoever around them, they tend to take some zesty ass photos. But Neo is married with children happily. This nigga's fine. Kevin Samuels been married twice. He has a child. That nigga's fine. But you niggas is so scared of me.
All right. I respect what he said right there. I do respect what he said right there. He's basically saying he ain't about to charge him up with being gay without evidence, but he can say that, yeah, he looked gay in that picture. He can say, yeah, he looked gay. You can say, yeah, he has some mannerisms that look a little suspect. You can legit say that. You can say he looks zesty in photos. You can legit say that. That's a different thing with full blown charging him up with being gay. So I do actually respect what he said right there, and he made a good point with Neo. Because Neo has done a lot of things that I've side-eyed over the years, but like you pointed out, Neo is married with children. There's no hard evidence, no hard evidence that Neo is gay, even though a lot of people have suspected some things. But there's no hard evidence. There's no hard evidence. There's some slight mannerisms that make you say, then yeah, you can point that out. There's nothing wrong with pointing that out. That's different, but acknowledging that no, he's not gay, or there's no hard evidence that he's gay, but I will just acknowledge what we're seeing. I actually have no problem with that. So I give him credit and props for that one. I give him credit and props for that one.
Saying something negative about your daddy, because you ain't have no man to look up to. But you niggas is so scared of me saying something negative about your daddy, because you ain't have no man to look up to. And now you seeing somebody stand up, you know what I mean, the women, like you couldn't do. Now all of a sudden you want to rally behind them. You know the most dangerous thing in the world for a woman?
Now you're seeing somebody stand up to women like you couldn't do. Okay. If a man in his own personal life sees the problems with women, whether he's standing up to it or not, I'm talking about in his personal life with the personal woman that he's dealing with. If you got a girlfriend that's now your ex-girlfriend because of some shit she did, you stood up to her. If she's your ex-wife, she's probably your ex-wife for a reason. You cut it off from your life. People are praising what he's talking about because this is the first time on a major public platform that we're seeing a man speak to these issues and argue these things from our perspective. It's not a matter of he's doing something that you couldn't do because you couldn't stand up to women. No, that it's happening on a large major media platform. And the other side of the story is being put out there. That's really why people rally and champion behind it. It's not that I'm a punk. I can't stand up to women in my life. But thank you, Kevin, for correcting women. Like, no, like don't. Whenever somebody's always arguing in bad faith, whenever they try to frame it that way. Now he about to go to the moon and jump out the window on some bull crap right here, but I'm about to let it ride.
That nigga's fine. But you niggas is so scared of me saying something negative about your daddy because you ain't have no man to look up to. And now you seeing somebody stand up, you know what I mean, the women like you couldn't do. Now all of a sudden you want to rally behind them. You know the most dangerous thing in the world for a woman is a man. The thing that hurts women more than anything in this world are men. That's why women continuously say protect black women. Look at the significant amount of black women who are sexually touched by somebody they know or someone in their family when they're young. The number is significant. Or
okay, what the $1 million question is, what does this have to do with Kevin Samuels fans? That's the $1 million question that you should be asking. I've done content on this subject here, and I've broken it down, and the whole works. The whole works. We've been there, we've done that. We talk about that on this show. Y'all know that. The whole concept of black women being the least protected, the most unprotected. I've done a breakdown explaining why I don't think that's the case. I think it's a little overblown how they do it. However, I'm like, look, I'm not even about to dig into that. I'm not even going to dig into my content on that because I've done that already. I may do it again. I'm not about to dig into that. What I am about to talk about is what the hell does any of that, true or false, have to do with Kevin Samuels fans? That's why the title of the stream is Ryan Davis charges up or accuses Kevin Samuels fans of violence against women.
the story about the black woman in New York who just wanted to grab a bottle of wine after work and a dude offered to pay for it. She was like, no, thank you. So him and his friends jumped there and he tried to bite her eye out. Or how about the girl in Atlanta who was on a scooter date with her man and a dude drove up in the car and tried to holler at her and then she was like, no. So he shot her in the leg. What about the girl who goes to LSU that they just found
using viral situations to make a larger point is stupid. I've been saying that for going on 2 years now. You can look at those stories and talk about what we can learn from that, but you can't just look at it and say, see, look, this is happening. That's when you're given base level, not critical, not logical analysis of what's going on.
found in the Mississippi River. You want to know why shit like that happens? Well, you know, when you're on a date, right, and a girl takes a picture of you, or she texts her homegirl who she's with and where y'all are going, or she takes a picture of your license plate. You want to know why shit like that happens? That shit used to offend me. But then it dawned on me that there's a lot of you psycho ass niggas out there. And the most dangerous thing in the world for a woman is a man.
Now, again, what does any of that have to do with Kevin Samuels fans? What? Name it, explain it. That is the $1 million question. What does any of that have to do with that? I've broken down the stats and all of that. I mean, we understand to what degree these things happen. We understand overall they're happening less. We understand that people go crazy over viral videos and don't look at the data. We understand a lot of things with that. And even when you look at the data, you got to break down all the odds and ends of the data. Like we understand all of that. What does any of this have to do with Kevin Samuels fans? With Kevin Samuels chat room? What does any of it have to do with that? Malcolm in the Middle, 87. Well, before I get to that, it's a clear, deliberate attempt to try to he's essentially doing what the Goldie Jones petition chick did. Like when you're a black man and you go that route, I lose all respect for you. I lose like when you go that route to where you're going to go as far as crying abuse and violence is being caused by this person or the followers of this person without any evidence that this person is actually causing this abuse and this violence. Yeah, you're doing the equivalent. You're doing the equivalent of what women have done for years. If they don't like a man for some reason, they will almost did a story on this recently, but I pulled back on it. I ain't feel like going there. A chick who put some false allegations on a man. We know the history with that. And we know the history with false allegations being put on black men going, back, Jim Crow and the earlier 60s. We get it. We get it. Now we see black men online in an online media space that is charging up a group of men that he's defined as Kevin Samuels fans as being connected to or a part of this violence that he's talking about. That's basically him just trying to say, yep, and these are the same guys that are doing this stuff. Like, how the hell could you do that? How could you sit there as a black man with a straight face and actually try to make that argument? You can point out the things that are happening that and say that it's bad. We could break down the stats of it, but regardless of what the stats say, if it happened if it happens one time, it happened too many times. But you're making the most disingenuous argument imaginable if you're charging up a space on social media, a Kevin Samuels chat room, as being connected to all the violence that happened against women that predated the Kevin Samuels chat room, by the way. I mean, it's like that's where you're just losing it. But Malcolm in the Middle, 87, he says, dude, goofy black women disrespected black men on every platform and nearly every song. If someone was disrespecting black women, that will make it equal. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Lion 0917 in the building. The most dangerous thing to a woman is a man. I disagree. The most dangerous thing to a woman is herself, because she is first person that she lies to. I wasn't even about to break all of that down. I wasn't look. We've broken that thing down. I'll let them have that. Yes, there's a percentage of men that are violent. You can argue that men are more violent towards men than what they are violent towards women. More men get killed by men. But yeah, there's a problem. There's a problem with men. there is. Some of it is going to happen. You want it to happen as little as possible. So again, I understand. Like, he's talking about women going out on dates and taking a picture of the guy. Like, yeah, I think they should. I think if a woman is going out on a date with a guy and you got his social media, you've never been out with this guy, I think you should send his social media to all your friends, his phone number to all your friends. They should know what he looked like. They should have his phone number. And in the event that you ascertain his address, I think that information should go to your friends. If you're a woman going out on a date with a random man you don't know. I think most people can agree that that's just being precautious. I think most people can agree with that. Again, what the fuck does any of that have to do with Kevin Samuels' chat room? That's the $1 million question. Oh shit, she came back in here. Let's we almost at 30K, Sir Ty. Some men are a significant danger to women. Okay, let's y'all go ahead and no, actually I'm gonna do the honors. I'm gonna do the honors of hiding her on this channel. She don't get to hang out around here because she was in my chat room when I was doing a review on the when I was doing a review on the petition. She declined coming up, and I said, okay, that's great. Let's email each other. Let's get together. Let's do a one-on-one together. And then she just disappeared. And then she did the left hand talking to the right hand sock puppet interview with the broke down women. And so, if you're gonna make a video charging a man up with causing violence against women, and you don't got the girl boss to come actually talk to a man about it on a man's show, nah, she can get the hell up out of here. She can get all the way the hell up out of here. So yeah, had to send her on her way. Had to send her on her way. Had to send her on her way. Had to get her out of here. Had to get her out of here. Not just because she didn't want to come on my show, not just because of that, but just in general. Just the raw disingenuous nature of all of it. Like that petition was just ridiculous. Like it was just the most baseless shit ever. Lionel 917 in the building says most dangerous thing. I already read that one. Already read that one. Yeah, that interview was that. Oh shoot! Now I'm trying to find super chats. All right, I think I got them all. I think I got them all. They only speak to men. What is that? Nen for 2 seconds before cutting them off. I only speak to men for 2 seconds before cutting them off. I don't know if you're referring to the Broke Down Women show, but yeah, that interview, it was just like it was sock puppets all day. In your petition, you accuse Kevin Samuels of causing more violence against women. In light of that, what did you have for breakfast this morning? Like those were the questions they were asking. So what's your favorite color? They was asking. That was the most softballed interview. There's people I can agree with on. Never mind, I ain't going. Who had a wrench here too? Not the Goldie Jones. Sister George, Sister George used to have a wrench here, but she just looks so humble without the wrench. That's why I'm not giving her wrench back. Almost did. Oh no, I remember we put it to a vote that day. We put it to a vote that day. And the audience spoke. She ain't getting her wrench back. But Goldie got to get the hell up on out of here.
Your license plate. You want to know why shit like that happens?
Hold up,
That
let me
shit
get these back on. What the hell? Sister George saying they did what I failed to do to get an interview with the petition chick. Yeah, I failed to be a woman and offer a softball interview to somebody who accused a black man of causing violence against black women. Congratulations on succeeding at that, Sister George. I don't know why you're proud of it, but congratulations. Oh, Snuggles, don't lose your wrench defending. Don't lose your wrench defending that, Snuggles. Please don't. Please don't. 400 people in the building, 401 to be exact. Make sure you hit the like button. Let's get this thing going. Let's get it. Let's go.
used to offend me. But then it dawned on me that there's a lot of you psycho ass niggas out there. And the most dangerous thing in the world for a woman is a man. But women are all over the place screaming, protect black women. And y'all like, oh, this is a false narrative. This is crazy. But then if I say I'm going to make a video about Kevin Samuels, y'all are like, protect this nigga at all costs. What? Y'all don't see how weird that is?
All right. Anybody can know and understand the obvious. Can know and understand the obvious that when people are talking about protecting black women versus somebody saying protect a social media personality, a social media influencer, what they're really saying is defend the views and perspectives of this particular individual. They're talking about defending the ideas. That's what they're essentially talking about. That is a categorically different type of protection from a woman being actually protected in society from actual harm and physical violence. To equate those two is just some more disingenuous BS. Now, to protect Kevin Samuels at all costs, I didn't like when people did that. I forgot who started it. I thought it was funny. I legit thought it was funny. You know, protect Kevin Samuels at all costs. But I don't view that as protection. I'm not protecting Kevin Samuels right now. I agree with the points that Kevin Samuels make, And I disagree with the points that Ryan Davis is trying to make about an internet chat room, that he admitted that chat room trolls are universal and he has them too. So I'm defending the logic of his arguments. I'm not protecting anybody. So I hate when people even lump in that kind of protection with women are talking about, when they're saying that they're unprotected. I've done videos on that. I'm not digging back into that. Just look them up. Look them up if you want to know my position when it comes to the protection of women. I think they are more protected than ever. It's just my opinion. Well, not my opinion. It's facts and stats that back up my opinion on that. Black Wolf Inc. in the building. He says, no range for Sister George. She doesn't even donate here. Actually, no, she has donated here. She has. She haven't done it since that one epic day where she actually donated $100, and then Goshen and a bunch of other people put up 150, 100 here, 50 there. They was like, no, keep her wrench going. It's like the people, like they voted with their dollars, and then I had an actual vote. It was closer than I thought. It was some people that was in the tank for her. The Sister George protection defense, the Sister George Defense Force was strong. They came out in good numbers. You'd think it would be a landslide vote, but no, it was actually close when I voted whether or not she should get her wrench back. And it was close. It was close. What do POS stand for? The Bunker TV says, Bernard, I want a wrench, you POS. I don't know what POS stands for. Look, I don't be knowing this stuff, these abbreviations. Charles Merchant in the building with the $10 super chat says, violence against women. No, he says, who promotes violence against women? Is it the same doctrine that provokes women to seek out and confront men called feminism? Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. And listen, again, I'll make the point again. I hate when men charge other men up with promoting violence against women when men are clearly not doing that. Clearly that's not what's happening. And I hate it when men do that. I genuinely hate it when men go that route and charge other men up with that. And then pull out real stories of real actual violence against women and equate that to a nameless, faceless internet chat room. Like that gets goofy. These are the same guys that are doing that. No, like cut it out. Cut it out. Somebody said POS mean put on socks. I actually like the Bunker TV, so go easy on him. He just be cracking jokes. Don't be going ham in there, Black Wolf. I mean, get people out of there if they doing some stupid stuff. Okay, that was fair. What you did was, oh boy. All right.
Samuels, y'all are like, protect this nigga at all costs. What? Y'all don't see how weird that is? Now, I ain't saying he gay, but y'all got some shit y'all might want to work out. And y'all are the same niggas that made me popular for calling Odell Beckham gay. There's no video of Odell Beckham out here fucking another man. We all laughed about me joking about him possibly being gay. But
again, whenever somebody say, and these are the same dudes that are doing it, like you, and you don't know that. That's also one thing. You don't know that the same people that made you popular for making jokes about Odell Beckham Jr. doing some gay looking stuff. I mean, to make that argument, these are the same dudes that you don't know that either. Like somebody is not making logical arguments where they try to say, okay, person A or group A over here said this, then another group of men over here group B did this. I'm about to merge these two people together to form this self-contradictory straw man nigga that I can argue against. Like, people do that all the time on social media spaces. It's very annoying when you try to attempt to be logical. When you pride yourself in being a logical person, that is very, very annoying. However, his Odell Beckham stuff was funny. And I've always said, when it comes to Kevin Samuels, if somebody cracking jokes on Kevin Samuels, if it's funny, it's funny. Like, I would laugh at a good joke. It was one chick that roasted him about 6 months ago, and man, it was funny. I don't care if it's funny. But again, there's going to be chat room trolls who are going to wild out no matter what. They're going to wild out no matter what.
The actual thought that I might say that about Kevin Samuels got y'all niggas panties in a bunch. Now ask yourself why that is. I miss the days where Kevin Samuels used to talk to you beta ass, no male role model having ass men, and he used to correct you. I would love to find out who Kevin Samuels ran into to make him.
Okay, first off, you're telling a lie right there. You don't miss the days when Kevin Samuels used to do that. You wasn't around then. You didn't know who Kevin Samuels was then. You do not miss those days. He was a smaller YouTuber. He had anywhere from 30 to 50,000 subs. You don't miss those days. You didn't know about those days. You found out about them late, just now. So that was a lie. Stop fronting. Don't front on that one. We can say we missed those days, but you can't. We was there from the start, not you. So cut it out. Cut it out.
Him the way that he is, because he openly admitted that a lot of people were shocked that he didn't end up being gay because he was so effeminate. And the first time he really got to be around men is in college. I love how open this man is about it. And then when he saw that behavior in other men, he would check him.
Man, the fuck up. Get off this Disney rom-com bullshit. That's what has most of us single mother raised boys fucked up blue pill beta male soy boys. You ain't got the nerve to be mad at women because we bitches. Nope.
Why aren't those the Kevin Samuel clips that y'all like to play? Why aren't those the talking points that y'all like to repeat? Instead, y'all wait to glorify him once he starts winning arguments with women.
Now, I don't know why he would look at that as a problem, because he's winning, glorifying him because he's winning arguments with women. Okay, even if we frame it that way, we're talking about, compare that to you, who does a lot of stuff where you pander to women. So he's winning arguments and ultimately refuting the things that women say, but you on the other side like to pander and try to spray perfume over the funk. Like you don't get to do that. You don't get to make it seem like for the same reason that one person would say that, yeah, he doing a good thing, correcting that and getting it right and making a good point and making good points on a major media platform, and everybody is seeing it and hearing it. The same thing that makes one man say that, yeah, that's a good thing. The equal opposite of that is another man like you on a major media platform who would put a cape on for the stuff that he's that he's picking apart. So you don't get to do that. You don't get to say they some scary punks and they just celebrating one man picking apart or refuting a woman, when you're going to sit there and look at okay, I'm going to do the same. Those same women where you would look at the similar stuff that women do, and then still try to do the whole pander thing to them. You're the opposite side of that when you get in there and start doing the pander game. GA boy, you done came up here plenty times and then got thoroughly picked apart, and it ain't pandering. I call it, I say what I perceive as the truth. I normally back it with facts and stats, and I call the truth where I see it. It's not a pander. It's not a pander. There's times when I'm like undefeated against you. So I don't even know why you would even try that. Every time you came up here and tried to disagree with me, you had to, all right, cool. I just dropped down. You know, I sent you packing plenty of times. Like, come on, man. It ain't a pander to men. Cut it out. It's a lot of stuff where that a lot of people say in this space that I disagree with, and I state where I disagree with, and I argue my points then, and I argue my points there. One thing that, and you've even said that I'm objective. You've even said that. That's one of my biggest calling cards, that I am very objective when it comes to the vast majority of these issues. There's a few things that I got a little bit of bias on, that I admit some bias on, but the vast majority of things, as much as humanly possible, I am objective. So cut it out. You know you own some bull right there. Wizard X says Ricky realized pandering isn't working anymore. A Boyce Watkins disciple. He is avenging his master. I don't know who the hell is Rick. Who the hell is Rick? Man, look, that better not be. I don't. Who the hell is Ricky? All right. All right.
So now he the Godfather. But when he was digging a hole in y'all's ass and trying to make you be accountable men, oh, nah, he wasn't the Godfather then. He ain't had the millions and millions of views or the followers then. See, you niggas is weak.
That's bullshit. He had views and followers in proportion with the size of his channel, and his channel was like 90% men. So men were there. Men were there supporting him from the start when he was doing content like that. That was the manosphere that was there. Make no mistakes about that. So you can't charge the manosphere up with nothing in that regard. You can't. Like, men were there. His channel was 90% men, if I understand his analytics correctly, which I've never seen his analytics, but I do know that he was saying, even when he started blowing up for a while, he was saying it was still, I think, like 70% men. So even before he started blowing up, I would reckon that it was somewhere between 90, it was somewhere between that 70, maybe 75 and 90. Somewhere between there. I believe I've heard him say that. So when Kevin Samuels was helping men directly, I should say, because what he's doing right now actually does help men. But when he's helping men directly, men were there supporting it. And the views that he got was in proportion with the size of his channel. Even that video where he told the dude the eggplant gate that they called it, even when that happened with the guy about his junk, even when that happened, if you re-listen to that video, he said we got, I think he was either said 478 or 578 people in there. That's a lot of live viewers. Like, you're doing damn good on live views if you're crossing that 500 mark with a channel that probably had like 30,000 subs, and somewhere between 30,000 50,000. A lot of people with channels like that, they can't go live, especially if they've been accumulating those subs for a while. Active listeners are a thing. He would have 500 people in there, mostly men. I remember his views, they range anywhere from like 400 on a slow day, man, maybe 300 on a slow day, but it probably would average anywhere between 400 to 700 back then when he would go live. Men in there, and he's talking to men about men, and had men calling in, and he was criticizing them, like the clip that Ryan Davis just played. Men were there supporting it, super chatting. They were there. When he started getting a little momentum, he started doing live calls with women. More women actually started to show up then, and the momentum started to kick in. The algorithm started to send him out there differently, and then he started going viral, and then start getting an audience that was outside of this of the original male space. And then the world star thing happened with the average at best, and then he just went to the moon. But as far as men supporting his message, oh no, we was there from the start. You wasn't there, But we was there from the start, so he can't really say that, oh, now y'all want to support him in this or that. And no, people been supporting him. People been supporting him. Even back then, before he blew up, well, I mean, let me be fair. There were some people who didn't like him from the start. I will make that part very clear. But there's a lot of people who rocked with him from the start. Right when I started going live, Kevin Samuels, he would be on my show. Not right when I started, but when my show started to get a little momentum, Kevin Samuels would come on my show from time to time. You know, him and Obsidian would be up here all the time together. Like, so this was back when I had anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 subs. Like, no, men have been rocking with Kevin Samuels. You can't try to say, oh, now he bashing women, now y'all want to jump on board. No, the men been there from the start. Especially, more specifically, the manosphere has been there from the start. What happened is he basically got mainstream famous, and now the general public is there, including you.
You niggas is weak. Y'all the same niggas that ain't paying attention because you don't really want a woman. If you pay attention to Kevin's platform, he asks women all the time, do you want to pay significant bills after being pregnant? Every single woman says no. And you niggas go, see, they want too much. What kind of...
Okay. If somebody is growing a channel and if the content creator on the channel is making a case and arguing that men should be paying the majority of the bills and men still support him, clearly men don't have that much of a disagreement with his message. Clearly they don't. So you're finding the people in the chat room who just for the bloodletting. They coming in bloodthirsty, just looking to find something to attack or criticize. Yes, they exist in every chat room, and you admitted they exist in every chat room. So again, his whole argument is against nameless, faceless chat room trolls. That is ridiculous. If it's against nameless, faceless chat room people, when the main message in the channel is that, yeah, a man either should be able to do what he's talking about or should be working towards it. That is one of the main sticking points that's been on his channel from the start. From the start. So to try to make it seem like his people, that the men that follow him are not about that, that's bullshit. That's bullshit, and we can obviously see it. Now, yes, there are going to be some trolls that are going to say some wild out stuff. But I think most men, majority of men, pre-Kevin Samuels going viral or not, the majority of men generally understand that if that's your woman and she has a child, yeah, you're supposed to be working to try to handle the business to the best of your ability. Like, most men understand that, and his channel speaks to that. So that just makes it just obvious nonsense. Obvious nonsense. Now, there are some men who don't want kids, don't want no family. It's just they keep it casual, and that's fine. They more than permitted to do that. That conversation really ain't them. Some of them do overlap and leak in there and be talking they shit too. And that is what it is. But come on. Once you admit that you arguing with YouTube chat room, nameless, faceless trolls, and those are and as you say, the same people that troll you, which you technically don't know that they're the same people, but you do prove the point that trolling is universal. People coming in saying crazy stuff is universal. And I almost forgot about this one. A major sticking point also on the show that comes up if the argument is made correctly. A lot of again, nameless faceless people in the chat room are not going to make the argument correctly, but it is the case that most of the time, given the current economy, given the average salary of the average man and the average woman, that yes, most women in a marriage, sometime after they have the baby, they will have to go back to work, or they're just going to have to make a lot of sacrifices in order for things to really, stay afloat. That part is true. Like that is economically, mathematically true. So Kevin Samuels does make that point, and then the some of the dumber people will hear that and think that, yeah, they need to get back to work. No. It's not that they need to get back to work. It's that every woman, mathematically speaking, every woman is not going to be with a man that can ultimately provide that. It's not mathematically possible in the current economy for every woman to end up with that, unless they're willing to make a lot of sacrifices, unless women are willing to leave the workforce. And there's a lot of things to that. And that's another sticking point that is talked about in the manosphere a lot when we talk about feminism. We talk about the simple fact that, yes, women making up close to 50% of the workforce. Yeah, that's a lot of extra labor out there. If it's a lot of labor out there, the cost of labor goes down. If women did quit their jobs and come home and just commit and get on board with the man, then it will be less labor. Then the cost of labor will go up, and then wages will go up, and then men will again be able to, on a broad scale, the average man will be able to make enough money to have a woman comfortable when having those kids at home and not working. So it's a lot of moving parts and dynamics that when intelligent people break this down, it's not as simple as looking at nameless, faceless chat room people and say, y'all the same dudes that say this, and then y'all say that. It's like, no, it's like you're showing a lack of intelligence and critical thinking and analysis when breaking this down. And that's why you're going for the easy, low-hanging fruit, the fruit that already fell to the ground. You're going for that fruit. And the fruit that already fell to the ground with worms crawling in it. You're going for that one. You're going for that one if you're going after a nameless, faceless dude in the chat room who said, "See, they want it easy, going back to work after they have a baby." Like, or don't want to go back to work after they have a baby. Like, come on.
A raggedy ass nigga wants to send his woman into the workforce after having his baby. Over 300,000 women die every year giving birth. And that's with modern medicine. And some of y'all are going, nah, that's third world country shit. Serena Williams is one of the richest black women on this planet, and she almost died giving birth to her daughter.
I hate when people bring up one individual, just quote the stats broadly, and there's nothing wrong with quoting the stats broadly. When I looked up the stats, I saw 1 in every 5,000 women in the U.S. die while giving birth. That's what I looked up. And like I said, 1 is too many. But again, in the broader context of what's being discussed, I don't think that point is very relevant to what Kevin Samuels talks about, what the majority of his audience agrees with, and the few chat room trolls who gonna just say anything to criticize a woman regardless of the circumstance and the situation. Again, you're swinging at the low-hanging fruit, and it's obvious. Swinging at the low-hanging fruit, and it's obvious. It reeks of you don't have the ability to refute anything that Kevin Samuels is saying, so you're going to refute his chat room. Is that like to me that's weak. To me that's weak. I never go after somebody's chat room. I'm going to go directly after what they're saying and what I agree with or disagree with the things that they're saying.
Because doctors are more likely not to believe a black woman when she says that she's in pain. You ain't got to believe me. You can just look the shit up. But after a woman nearly gives her life and her body to bring life into this world with your genetics, you want her to go back to work so you can go half on the bills with this lady. You niggas are fraud. What, y'all don't remember what Kevin Samuels said about that?
Remember, a channel that speaks on a man shouldn't be talking about going half on the bills. He's charging up the chat room with wanting to go half on the bills, but he wouldn't get that much male support because there's men sending all those super chats. He wouldn't get that much male support if men disagreed with him that much. I talk about on this show all the time. I could have made the point. I'm just reiterating it. There are people in certain situations where they say, hell no, forget that, she paying half. Those men typically are not men who are on some family man type stuff. Those are typically the men who not really looking at it in terms of family. They looking at it, hey, if she my in-house pussy, and that's all. That's just not going to be her only job, just having sex with me. Now, if she's having my children and we about to have a series of kids, that the vast majority of men understand that yes, she's going to be either not working or working a lot less during those times. Obviously, most men understand that. The men who aren't with that are the men who are either on some keep it casual stuff, or she just, hey, I just, just my in-house pussy, and we both going to work while we doing our thing for the temporary time that we doing our thing. Those guys are not in this conversation. But again, when you're disingenuous, you got to lump different groups of guys together to try to make one big self-contradictory Voltron nigga that you created out of nothing. All right, rolling it.
Go half on the bills with this lady. You niggas are fraud. What, y'all don't remember what Kevin Samuels said about that?
So, because the real talk, you ain't got nothing. You can't provide for a woman. You can't provide for yourself. You got no money, no security, no insurance, no nothing. If you found the woman of your dreams, y'all got married next week. She got pregnant. Can you take care of a baby?
Yeah, potentially.
Not well. How much are you making at the bank?
I make about $1,000 every 2 weeks.
$24,000 a year. So you make $12 an hour.
17.
17. So, okay. That's great for a 20-year-old, but it ain't shit for a husband and a kid. You broke as shit.
Yep.
Far too many dudes are.
Keep in mind, when Kevin Samuels was doing content like that, men were there. The vast majority of his audience then was women. I think it's still 50. I think it's 50-50 right now. I don't know for sure. Vast majority of his audience were men back then, I meant to say. Vast majority of his audience back then were men. Men were there. Men were supporting. Men were like, come on. Viral, you can't say. He caught fire and found some viral thing that brought in the damn world, aside from just this male space. But this male space was there supporting it. That can't be understated.
Broke, cannot pay the cost to be the boss, cannot pay 100%, don't have 100% mindset, and you want 100% cooperation with ultimate femininity and submission. You don't get that.
When I posted that a man's supposed to...
Now, real quick, I will say this. I want to ask him a few more questions on that, but I do got slight disagreement with Kevin Samuels actually on that point. Even though it's a fair point that's worth being made, my disagreement on that, and we probably don't disagree that much, but I just want to respond directly to what he said right there. I do say, and I'll say this, I do say that if you are an upright working man, and let's just say that, yeah, things flow smoother if it's two incomes. You don't make that much money yet to where you just easily knocking it out the park with no strain. With Power Fires paying 1% of the 100% of the bills, but that woman, she's with you. Yeah, she needs. She should be feminine and submissive. Now, if you're not making bank like that, there are certain things that you may not qualify for. You're probably not going to, unless you can get it off your game and your looks. You're probably not going to qualify for a certain amount of beauty. You ain't gonna be able to get no hot dime piece with a snatch waist. No, you're probably not gonna be able to get that. But far as a woman showing respect and cooperation and acting like she got some damn sense, I don't care how much money you make. As a man, yeah. Demand that or be single. Just flat out. I don't care if you got a 1-bedroom hole in the wall that you paying for. If she coming, that's your 1-bedroom hole in the wall. You damn it, she coming there, she got to respect you. That's flat out. Like that part is non-negotiable. And Kevin Samuels would probably, I'm sure he would probably agree with that. But just looking at what he said right there in a snapshot, it sounds like he's saying something other than that, but I just want to put my formal, because that is a reoccurring thing on my show. I talk about men having respect in their relationships. So I would be remiss if I didn't just take the time to point that out every chance I get. As a man, I don't care where you're at in your life. Whether you're making that big money, making $250,000 a year, you're making $50,000 a year, doing blue collar work somewhere, working construction, whatever. If your woman got to work and add 30,000 to your 50,000, she's still supposed to be showing you that respect and following your lead. I don't care. That's where I'm at with it. That's where I'm at with it. Now you can't complain. You can't complain because it's certain things that you might not be able to get based off your status and where you're at. You can't complain about that. If you want more, you got to go get it. But as far as respect and submissive from a woman that's gonna act right while she with you, no, you demand that no matter what. Just want to make that very clear. I don't know if Kevin Samuels would. I'm pretty sure Kevin Samuels wouldn't agree with that. I mean, wouldn't disagree with that. But somebody could take what he said right there and run a mile with that. So I don't know where somebody would run with that. I don't know what he would say in response to the person who tried to run a mile with that, because I've seen people try to run a mile with that on him, and I heard him corrected. I can't remember exactly what he said, but I'm just telling you what I think and what I say on that. All right, moving on. Hoop Jargon in the building says, yep, he's using the chat to okay, I'm having a moment here. Let me blow that up. I can't tell what the hell that. Yeah, I don't know. Surreptitiously, is that a word? Surreptitiously. Okay, you got to send me to Google. All right, you didn't send me to Google. Okay. All right. Let me see if you got that right. See if you got that right. It's public school education. Forgive me. Public school education. Never told y'all I was a Rhodes Scholar. All right. Surreptitious. Okay. So I did pronounce it right. Surreptitiously, in a way that attempts to avoid notice or attention, secretively. All right. Good on you. You were right. I had to check that word out. I'm sorry. I keep it real with y'all. I ain't know. Hey, I don't think I've ever heard that word said or read that word. That is just a new one on me. So, yep, he's using the chat to surreptitiously go. And by the way, I got it right because I don't know if y'all can hear that. Hold on. I'm about to play the speaker. Hold on.
Surreptitiously.
Okay. So that's the word, surreptitiously. Y'all heard it. My pronunciation was correct, so I'm proud about that. But I did not know what that word meant. But you are right. You are right, Hoop Jargon. He is surreptitiously going at Kevin Samuels. Absolutely. Yep, he's using that word. He's using the chat to surreptitiously go at Kevin Samuels since he can't overtly challenge his position. It's sad as F. Yeah. Absolutely. That's definitely what's going on here. That is definitely what's going on here. Surreptitiously speaking.
To pay all the bills. Oh, you niggas lost your mind. Call me all kinds of simps and everything. Nah, see, you niggas just.
Okay, so now he's talking about he's doing that shit again. He brought up a time when he said that a man should pay all the bills, and now he's saying, and you niggas lost your mind. So whatever random time in 2020, November of 2020, that you said a man should pay all the bills, and some guys came at you and said that, oh, you a simp for that. Now he's again taking those guys and equating them and making them be also Kevin Samuels' chat room, so he can say, I got y'all in a contradiction. I want to make it very clear. Whenever I do that, I do it with the same person, not even the same chat room. I will find the same person who's also who was recorded saying that no, black men are broke, you don't have good income, you can't provide. Then she was in a conversation with an educated man who's a millionaire. And she said, well, just because you have an education and a good job, how does that make you a viable mate? Well, hold on. You just said that black men are not viable mates because they don't got income and they can't provide. And then you turn around and say to a man, well, just because you got an education and good income, how does that make a good job and good income? How does that make you a viable mate? And then that same person, much, much later, had a white guy call into her show, and he said the problem with black men is that they don't value education, and that stifles their earning power. Oh, I totally agree. The white man basically came in and said the same. Like I find I find the same person with a steady stream of bad logic or flip flopping, and I acknowledge that. Nope, you're wrong right there. I'm not going to take a chat room and compare that with something that was said in another chat room and say, y'all the same guys that did this or did that. That's when you're not being logical. I will take the same person and do that same thing. I will take the same person and do that.
Regurgitate whatever makes you feel good about not being the man you're supposed to be. And that's why you're rah-rahing behind Kevin Samuels. Shout out to the men out there handling their business and understand what it is to be a man that's living in his purpose and is trying to have a family that he takes care of and be the man that he's supposed to be in his family and in his community. I'm not going to go back and forth and act like Kevin Samuels is perfect because I'm going to dissect that nigga in part 2. But what I'm saying is probably the worst part, ain't even probably, the worst part about the rise of Kevin Samuels is the nigga has done some productive things, but the bitch ass niggas that hide behind him going rah, rah, rah and disrespecting women and then hide behind Kevin Samuels quotes and stats and figures and opinions to try to make their point. Y'all some.
Well, hold on. Are the quotes, stats, facts, and perspectives, are they right or wrong? And what's your argument against them? On this show, I did call out a guy who was using one of Kevin Samuels' argument to essentially make a BS point. I did call out that guy because he was misusing the argument. So those guys do exist. Those guys do exist. But you're being very okay, hold on, wait. But you're doing it
surreptitiously.
You're being very surreptitious in the way that you're doing that. So I'm looking forward for the second video where he just man up and just sack up and just say Kevin Samuels is wrong because of this. With no ad hominems, I disagree with his points because of A, B, C, and D. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I'm waiting on. That is what I'm waiting on. And don't be coming in here. And when you make that video, don't be talking all
surreptitiously.
Nah, say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. I hope y'all can hear that when I play that surreptitiously. It's coming out of the microphone, so y'all should be able to hear it.
Surreptitiously.
Yeah, I should be able to hear it. It might sound kind of far away though. But the link is in the chat. Anybody want to come up and get a piece of this conversation? Just put the link in the chat. Thank you, Ricardo Rodney. I didn't know if y'all could hear that. I did not know if y'all could hear that. I'm glad y'all could. But I think that's it. I think that's it on
bitch
this.
Ass niggas. Bitch ass niggas. The rise in bitch ass niggas is alarming. And I ain't even realizing until Kevin Samuels brought you niggas out. Now I see a lot of the shit that women be complaining about.
But that's the worst right there when they try to use the stuff that women say that we know is some emotional, erotic, not not erratic, not erotic, emotional, erratic nonsense. They try to validate their BS based off what. See these dudes right there. See what they saying. See I see what they talking about now. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. If what the women say is wrong in one context, it don't become right in another unless they're saying specifically there are some men that do this. If you find a man who's doing that, then okay, fair enough. But no, the whole of what women are saying, yeah, don't try to bring validity to their arguments based off nameless, faceless chat room guys. That's where you just get ridiculous, get stupid to me. Yeah, that's shout out to Charles Merchant. But the link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. If anybody wants to come on up, and I see we already got Kadash Shaya and Silent Lamont in the building. What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Bernard? How's everything?
Man, going good, going good. Welcome to the show. You got the floor, you got the mic. And well, shout out to I believe D-Rock Den who sent the Cash App. I'll look up that in a second. But go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey man, peace in the chat. This my whole thing with this dude is like, like what somebody said in the chat is like he's going at the Kevin Samuel supporters as a roundabout way to attack Kevin. You know, saying that we, you know what I'm saying? But basically, what he said made no sense, man. You know what I'm saying? He made it seem like we're all disgruntled, jilted, dudes that can't get pussy, that can't get women. That's ultimately what he's really saying in a roundabout way, man. You know what I'm saying? That, oh, we can't get pussy. That's why we get mad when Kevin tears women down and all that. Like, come on, man. You see, the thing is, he's not there to see in the chat where when Kevin is rebuking some of these women that's out of pocket, and we in the chat telling like, yo, girl, you better listen to him. You know what I'm saying? Like people like him's not there for that. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, like, why he got all the courage to come at the fans, but not to come. No, let me rephrase that. Why he got the courage to come at us, but not come at the sisterhood? They talking all kinds of greasy shit about black men, about swirlers, aborting black babies, and all that stuff. Like, where the courage for that? You understand what I'm saying? Saying some of the worst shit possible about black men, something that he is. But mom's the word. Listen, man, he just trying to be another Derek Jackson in my eyes.
Right on, right on. Shout out to Super Duper. He says it seems Ryan Davis has joined the Panda Olympics, but he's funny enough not to have to. That's true. I'll give you that. I mean, he is funny. He is funny. And shout out to Mr. Lucario in the building. Shout out to Mr. Lucario. Had to drop the bomb for Mr. Lucario, but say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. He said he agree with the Ryan about Kevin Samuel supporters. Say it ain't so, Lucario. Come on, man. You know how the game go when somebody is going at somebody's nameless, faceless chat room dudes. That's not a genuine conversation. Isn't being had. That's swinging at the low hanging fruit. It's not swinging at the people who can speak more intelligently about the stuff that Kevin Samuels is talking about. But shout out to Lucario. Y'all make sure y'all check Lucario out and sub to him. Make sure y'all check him out and sub to him. Me and him did an excellent one-on-one. It didn't turn into a shootout. I know y'all was disappointed about that, but nah, Gun Street's gone. Don't be paging Mr. Fantastic. Nah, we good.
Right, going
Everybody put down your phone. No calling Mr. Don't. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But shout out to Lucario. Number 16 in the building. He says, Mr. Lucario, you agree with me and come the fuck out of here.
Get out of there.
I gotta read the super chats before I click on them. You niggas, man. You niggas. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, get the hell out of there. She gonna try to say that my interview with Lucario was as soft as hers with Goldie. Lucario already faced the firing squad on my show, and I said we wasn't gonna do that when me and him do it again. We just gonna talk about the things that he talks about on his channel and what he teach men. That's what I owed him that, because a lot of dudes I don't like. I respect passionate agreement and passionate disagreement. I don't like when people come at somebody's brand and try to tear. I mean, maybe they wasn't doing that, but it felt like that. It seemed like that. It looked like that. Like they was just taking shots at his no, I don't like that. I don't like when a brother is conducting a business and it's all legal, he ain't hurting nobody. I don't like to see what people built. I don't like for it to look like people trying to tear down what somebody else built.
Exactly. I mean, Lucario is on it. That's that dude. You know what I'm saying? Don't say nothing. He's about his business. All I want to know is what time is my appointment with Sarah on Tuesday?
Sarah?
Get out of there. Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
Who the hell is
I went
Sarah?
over your head, I think, B. I'll be too quick with it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Please tell me, Sarah is not who I think it is.
I'm gonna shut up, man.
Okay, yeah, you need to shut up. All right, what did you take the link for? Hey, y'all clowning in the chat. They clowning in the chat now. I got $200 super chats on the board. Shout out to Lucario. Says number 16. Get your money up before you talk to me. The number 16 came out and matched them. Lucario, don't send another one. Do not send another one. That's happened before where people had basically a cyber a super chat dick measuring contest on my show, and I pocketed the money. I didn't give none of it back. So y'all want to just keep matching 100 for 100, I will keep all that money.
Oh boy.
I remember Ty City and David Johnson did that. I was like, nah, niggas, don't call me when you need help with your light bill at the end of the month. Because they super chatted $300 each. I know y'all needed that money for bills. Cut it
All
out.
I see is $220 divided by 40.
Oh man, but go ahead, Silent. You got the floor, you got the mic. But shout out to Mr. Lucario in number 16. I don't know if this one is safe to read. He said, "Save that money, take okay, see, that one's not safe to read either. All right, hey, I appreciate y'all. I do appreciate y'all. Now chill the fuck out. Now go ahead, Silent.
I try to get your numbers up with some hot fire, man.
Go ahead.
Listen, man. All we got to do is not be mad at dudes like Ryan, right? Just like they get on.
I ain't mad at him. But I will break down. What's logically wrong with what you're saying. But go ahead. You got it. I'm gonna step back.
Hey, now you good, man. You know, no cats like that are useful idiots. Because, you know, as your boy, old man, you know, introduced you guys to a term before called topping from the bottom. That's all these cats are doing is topping from the bottom. See, some cats can be like, you know, cats like us, we can just tell and talk to women how we are, who we are. And some cats got a panda. See, y'all remember me talking about the Matrix, right? And how basically black men are fucking up the balance of the universe right now. With this waking up, with us getting this knowledge. And so Ryan Davis is just one more version of one of those machines. Let's call him like my man in that Terminator, right? Where the Terminators don't look like machines anymore. They actually look like real live people. And if you and instead of you ripping the organs apart, you wouldn't be able to tell they were actual Terminators. So again, this manosphere, some of these talking points that we're saying are threatening the Matrix. So I got to send these cats out here to kind of tear it down, because you also fucking up his pussy count. Because he can only really get his success topping from the bottom, low hanging fruit, right? So you messing up that game, all right? So of course he got to come in here. So this really isn't about Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels is just representative of the thing that's standing in his way. He ain't gonna compete with a dude like Silent on the open market. So he gonna have to dirty Mac from the bottom, man. So of course he gonna say this, man. He doing what he's supposed to do, man. And we doing what we supposed to do by pointing and laughing.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I didn't look at it from that angle, like he topping from the bottom. A link in the chat. Somebody else want to come up. I didn't look at it like from that angle. I do think, I don't know. I try not to look at somebody's personal positioning as the reason why they're making the argument, even though it could be the case. I do think that, I mean, well, we cracked the code. We cracked the code with the word of the day. Hold on, let me. He's
surreptitiously
going after Kevin Samuels because he don't got the balls to try to necessarily, either he don't got the balls or the wit or the intelligence or whatever to adequately refute what it is that he's saying. He just don't like that Kevin Samuels is saying it, so he's going to go after the low-hanging fruit chat room trolls.
There ain't much that we say in these spaces, brother, that a cat can actually come to us point for point and say, you're full of shit. I mean, real talk. So, of course, you're going to get all the word salad, 30-minute explanation to really say nothing. Because that's why you get all the name calling. It's just all filler. Like you said, you're waiting on okay, this is what you said. This is why I disagree. And this is why. If they could do that, then they would do that. But they can't. So then it becomes, well, and these dudes are hurt, hate women, Come on, man. We done seen this play out on many panels.
Right. Yeah. No. It's pretty much a standard play. I will grant that all day. It is a standard play. They keep doing it. I'm gonna keep pushing back on it when they do it. So that's where I'm at with that.
I know y'all like your man, but we like late night talk show hosts when Trump is in office or when Bush is in office. Good fodder that late night hosts can use. Keep bringing that shit. We can keep tearing it down. And actually, I love cats like this because it allows us to get a good sounding bar to tear it apart, because the world is used to hearing commentary just like that. What they're not used to hearing is our pushback one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. That's definitely true. What do y'all think about? I'll throw it back to Kadash on this one. What do you think about the mere fact, I did make a comparison with Goldie Jones did, where he actually went that route and tried to ultimately charge Kevin Samuels supporters up with engaging in violence against women. He essentially tried to do that. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, he's kind of taking a page out of that book, and he again, let's go back to, he want to paint us that we're all a bunch of misogynist dudes that can't get pussy, a bunch of incels rather.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Instead of men that knows what they want and they're not going to settle for a basic bitch, for lack of a better term. You know what I'm saying? That she gotta come with. She got
Nigga, you got a baby on your hip while you talking right now?
No, my son's in the living room just babbling. He's just picking up on the mic.
Okay. How old is he?
I just saw one. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up.
Picking up game early.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
right. So you married? You married? You single dad? What's going on?
Yeah. I'm married with 3 kids.
Married with 3 kids. All right, cool.
Hey, real talk, salute, broski, man. I'm the everlasting bachelor, but brother, family man, got his children, got his wife at the house, man. Doing your thing, bro. Salute to you, man.
That is it. That is a good thing. I like to see it. I like to see good brothers with a good head on their shoulders, raising their sons in house. That's what I like to see. I do like to see that. So shout out to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but go ahead. I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's basically going back to kind of going back what Silent Lamar said. It's basically topping from the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Like he's being used as a drone from the sisterhood to attack the talking points of men. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's the same thing. We're corny, we're misogynist, we promote violence against women, all that other stuff. and oh, you want a woman to go back to work so soon after she get birth to your kid. But I'm like, hold up, 70% of all women work, and that's regardless of race. You know what I'm saying? Most women is not gonna get around that.
Yeah.
You know, and it's the same old thing. The simping, and want to use like the trolls of the group to lambast all the good men as being, misogynist.
Yeah. Far as that 70% of women working, I mean, it's a brute fact of reality that married couples of all races, yeah, after she have the kids, a certain amount of time goes by, she ends up getting back out in the workforce. Now, I think that like it could be the case. It could be the case of people willing to sacrifice. It could be the case that yeah, you can live off that one income. It may not be a lot. You may not have as much money in the bank. You probably can't go on a vacation when you want to. You got to make some sacrifices, but y'all can live off that one damn income if that's what y'all want to do. But reality is, they gonna reality is, given the economy, given the setup, given the way everything is, and the average income of the average man, even with children, that is one brute fact of reality that most women will end up back out in the workforce. Now, I argued in my monologue, I'm throwing it to you, Sal. I argued in the monologue that I would be good if every woman just quit working and just walked off the job. And economists like Thomas Sowell has pointed out that yeah, when you add that, when you add women to the workforce in large numbers like that, that is so much it's so much labor becomes cheaper, that drives wages down. If you want wages to go up, make labor more scarce, and then wages will go up, and then people again, like they could back in the day, survive off one income. So there's reasons and dynamics to that. So look,
and, I got another proposal.
but hold on, like Silent was trying to jump in. Go ahead.
Hey, you know me, I'm gonna make it quick. The thing is, remember when I was saying on the last show about like being straight up, right? This is one of those things because what you just explained, every rational person knows this. Everyone understands the universe we live in. Everybody understands the cost of stuff, what it kind of takes to get around. Everybody kind of wants, what they want out of life. And everyone really in their day-to-day life expects to work. When you wake up Monday morning, you expect to go in the shower, put on your clothes. Everyone really expects that, okay? Until we get on the internet. So what we got to do, I want to be brutally honest and straightforward with the fact that we understand this is really about finessing. This isn't about leadership. This isn't about providing. This isn't about anything other than get the bag. That's it. I mean,
that's not it. Well, we didn't have this conversation. That's part of it for some, and they've called into Kevin Samuels' show and got and he went off on them when he caught them on their She-Ra 7 shit. I don't even know if people remember that one chick she called, and she was talking like, talking about, wanting a provider and this or that or blah blah blah, and then she got caught with a hot mic where she didn't know her mic was on when he was talking to somebody else, and she was talking to some dude who she was having some little sugar baby conversation with, some dude she was finessing basically, and it was like, yep. So I mean, you right in that regard that some of them are on that stuff, but it should be a space though for people. Hey, like my man Kadash right here, a lot of other brothers, GMB. It is a real thing out there for men to be leading families in a traditional way, and that's the best way for things to be for outcomes, for overall outcomes. I do think that's the best thing. So it do need to be a space to have that conversation. But you are right. You right when you say to get the bag bitches have tenfold infiltrated that conversation.
Bernard, I'm 41, bro.
Yeah.
And I've had conversation with people many women throughout my whole life. And I can count on my hands how many women I've known that were adamant about just wanting to be stay-at-home housewives. This shit has only happened within the last few years. You ain't heard women talking about staying at home and men being providers. You didn't hear that shit until after this get the bag shit.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah.
5 minutes ago, it was all about how everybody was independent and didn't need a man. That was everything. You ain't never heard no woman alive talking about how she want to be a stay-at-home. Now, you would hear women do it, you know, but you ain't never heard women say this. It's all been about how they want to go out and be their own woman and da-da-da-da-da and be the this shit has happened exactly when it was supposed to happen. Okay? And again, I try to be your neighborhood nigga guy. I told you this was going to happen. And then everyone was going to pretend like they weren't participants. I told you I was on Obsidians before all of the women videos would pop up. YouTube was mainly men making videos. It wasn't women talking about how we love men and get the bag. All that shit happened once there was a tipping point of men walking away. And then all of a sudden, the chameleon pops up because women started sounding like assholes when they kept talking about we want a dude's money. And I've watched these panels. I've watched all of these conversations, and I've watched how women would come up on panels, learn a little bit, adjust their language a little bit, right? All they have done is just find out what is the words that I need to use to get the same results without sounding like a fucking asshole. This is why when the ladies call, sometimes they'll ask like, well, what is it? What is being feminine really like? What is the words I need to say to sound feminine? All they're doing is trying to find ways to word things to where it's the same thing. So now again, you're not hustling and they got his pockets. He's just providing. All of them are like that. You never heard women ever say shit about being stay-at-home wives ever until after 2016. Stop.
Who you saying stop? Who you saying stop to?
No, I'm just saying it's just not you, just in general.
Oh, okay.
Stop.
I was about to say. Okay. I'm like say.
You know, I'm talking to. I'm talking to Dave,
you be talking. You be talking like. I mean, I be agreeing with you, but you be talking to me like I disagree with you.
Oh, when I talk, I'm not, talking to you. I'm kind of in first person. Essentially.
Yeah. Okay. No, I agree with you saying. We disagree on the degree in which it's happening, but you are exactly like I made a video talking about how what was it called? How Kevin Samuels took over the what did I say? The get the bag movement that was already going on, that people was already doing. How Kevin Samuels essentially took that over. Now he's steering it in a more decent place. He's steering it in a decent place. That's the case. But he did capitalize. He did capitalize on the fact that was already a growing thing. Like I think ARC did a good video on that. How it was two different things going on. It was a growing segment or sector of men, the manosphere and beyond. That men that were calling out women on their disingenuous, duplicitous behaviors and okay, come on now, you got to mute up now. You got in there strangling a damn chihuahua in the background. Cut it out now. It was the growing sector of men that called out women on their nonsense, and then there was also the women who wanted to get money and get the bag off men. It was I forgot how he broke it down. It was like three or four different sectors or factions that he was able to figure out a way to tap into all that at one time. And you could see it when his show first started going. A lot of the She-Ra 7 get the bag chicks was calling in. So you are definitely right in your connection and correlation between the women who they basically are saying they don't want to be wives and mothers and all of that. They just want a certain lifestyle. You were right. You said they want that basketball wives life. That's not the conversation that Kevin Samuels is having, but you are right that sparked it. That I will give you that all day.
But again, that's not the conversation he's having, but that's still all the conversation the women are having. See,
I know, but most of his conversation is showing them giving them a proper appraisal of where they at and showing them they don't qualify for that lifestyle. But this is where you're actually at, and this is what you can expect based off where you're at. And he do end up telling most of them like, no, you're going to be working after you have these children in most cases. So so he's correcting the problem, but he figured out a way how to adequately tap into that problem and draw that audience from that problem and go viral off that problem. But he's correcting it. So I just want to make sure that if anything we say that, like, well, not anything we say, but
brother, I understand his attempt. The problem is it's not going to move the needle because the other side of that
I don't care. I don't care. Long as men are saying the right thing. And
listen, I'm not trying to shut anyone up. I'm not trying to tell anyone to be quiet. You're approaching it like I'm saying be quiet. I'm simply pointing out what it is. He can do whatever he wants to do. I just keep it 100 and point out what's happening. Listen, I want it to go on forever. I'm just saying that I know what he's doing, but you're still dealing with a degenerate product. The only reason it works is because they're there to hustle. If he had a show that said, because if it was simply about families,
I think you almost walked into that contradiction. You was about to say if he had a show that said, what was you about to say?
I'm saying the same thing, man.
All right, go ahead.
If he was having a show simply about, hey, it's important that we have these families, you have these good men, who want to be fathers and husbands. If it were strictly about that, the women wouldn't call. You have to dangle the money because the women are simply there to fucking hustle because they don't give a fuck about the family. They don't give a fuck about the kids because if they did, we wouldn't be in a position. You don't have to call Kevin Samuels on YouTube to get these fucking answers. Real talk.
No.
If you need to call Kevin Samuels to get some of these answers, you're way too fucking far gone.
No, but see, here's the thing.
You're trying to negotiate with the devil. Kevin is right, trying to get him on the right place, but the ladies have already shown you. You have given them 100% freedom to do what the fuck it is that they want to do. They have shown you exactly what they want to do with that. We are the one that keep trying to make them do. They keep telling you they don't want that.
I think I made the point from the start that Kevin Samuels used the high value man as the shiny object that he dangled to get them to come in to pull up a chair so he can debate them on manosphere talking points. I said that's essentially what his show is. A lot of people don't catch that, but I agree with you that if he would have started out talking about family and no. He had to use the high value man and the lifestyle and all of that shiny object to lure them in. Once he got them in, then he started having real conversations with them about the Moynihan report and all kind of stuff. So
and everything that he tells them, they go la 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 la, and then they followed up with a stupid. But Kevin, but how they not listening?
I don't care.
Neither do I. Neither do I. But I'm just saying.
But with the most important thing is that it's being said on a major media platform that has millions of views. That way, our views, thoughts, ideas are getting out there, and then when people look back and assess and analyze the problem, they're going to have, even if they don't want to accept it, they're going to have the right answer.
That's why
I applaud Kevin Samuels. He putting the right answer.
You approaching it like I want him to stop or he's doing something wrong. Me and you are in 100% agreement. Okay, I'm not debating that. I'm not saying he's doing anything wrong. I'm not saying he needs to stop. Again, that's not my point. I just want they to know that they don't give a fuck because they're gonna go right off of his show and then go make 10 other niggas miserable. Hold on.
Man, you gonna all right? I was about to make a bad joke. You can't say bad stuff about animals. They get well. Hold on. Why you do that? Why you go take care of your dog? Omowali Africa in the building. He says put out the analysis in semen filled red pills and the humanization of black male. Okay, I really got to read super chats before I put them up. Like, nigga. Pause. Black male values on my channel last night. Kevin Samuels is at the bottom in this equation. Okay, thank you. All right. Shout out a little bit. He said, no, the leftist narratives are finally being challenged, and now they are admitting to the truth. Well, they fighting, kicking, and screaming against the truth, I would say. What their nature wants, not them, and their leftist, feminist, misguided nonsense. Shout out to Little Big Nate. And there was another super chat in there. Shit, I just saw it. I may have lost it forever. I may have lost it forever.
And for the people in the chat that don't know me, I'm silent. Don't you know me by now?
Eli JJ in the building says, or Ellie JJ says, my real world women do not work while raising children. Has been that way since 1850. I'm a boomer, FYI. All right. Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. He says real world women do not work while raising children. All right. That's cool. All right. We got Fantastic in the building.
Milk was also 96 cents a gallon.
Right. Exactly.
Got Fantastic in the building. Go ahead, Fantastic. You got the flow.
Yeah,
You got
what's
the
up, man? What up, darkness?
You got it, bro. What's going on? What's going on, bro?
Called the man darkness. Hey,
Hey,
hold
man,
on,
you know,
Fantastic.
hey, proudly, man, proudly.
Hold on, man. You killed me yesterday when I had El Wapo of the Beautiful Lies channel. Make sure y'all go check him out, man. You killed me with them damn comments. You asked that nigga.
Hey, man.
Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis, or to say nights like this. I wish raindrops would fall.
Hey, man, I swear that dude, it's a barbershop quartet with a member missing, bro. This brother, like, he remembers some R&B group in the 60s.
Oh,
but
man.
Nah. But yeah, man, this Ryan Davis cat, bro. Like I said, I used to follow him way before I even started doing the whole YouTube thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, semi funny or whatever. But then he got on some super, like, I forget, it was a big thing that happened, and he put his simp cape on heavy, bro.
Yeah, he did.
So yeah. So even before the Kevin Samuels thing, I forget what it was, and I stopped following him because of that. It was his take on something. So yeah, man, this isn't anything new to him, and not really surprised because, like you said, a lot of these dudes, especially they're in the industry, you want to be woman friendly. You want to be that woman protector. I'll stand up for her. No way. Oh my God, you can't call her a loose woman. You can't say anything bad about women out here. Women's sexual freedom is their choice and all these different things. So yeah, man, it's a cool thing to do. And I told y'all, man, nigga, I hope Kevin Samuels got security, nigga. We don't ever see him. Like when he be doing this little thing, but I'm pretty sure Kevin Samuels got security somewhere, man. Hey, Kevin, BABG security, man. I'm starting up a new thing, man. I'll let me. But anyway, bro, black women hate Kevin Samuels, and simps hate him even more than the black women do. And bro, like I said, I told y'all, I found this shit out through Clubhouse, bro. Clubhouse, bro. If you say Kevin Samuels, nigga, you getting dropped, blocked,
Seriously?
and you might get doxxed. Yeah, bro. Like niggas, bro. I got rid of Clubhouse. Bro, Clubhouse is like the worst. It's the pits of hell for black men hatred, bro. They can't. Everything is wrong with black men. Black men broke, black men don't this, black men don't that. Kevin Samuels. So yeah, man, I'm not surprised for this shit. Like I said, the one thing you definitely find out is just how confused women are, and just how much they don't know what the hell they want, even though they claim they think they know what they want.
Yeah, damn. That's I didn't know. Okay, I've seen some stuff on Clubhouse that was bad. I have, but I didn't know that it was just a growing thing like that.
Yeah, bro. Me too, Bernard. And that's what I'm trying to, like, bro. So you start doing like the platform expansion thing, right? And over there, bro, it's like one-sided, nigga. And the niggas are simps and they train too. It ain't like you got a woman mod and a male mod, and you say something. As soon as you say something against women, bro, you just out. Ain't nobody gonna stand up for you. Ain't nobody go do nothing. They're just gonna kick you out. They'll call you a troll. This will be it. And then a woman to come along, bro, and say the same exact shit you said, but it's okay. So yeah, man, classic fucking bullshit.
Right.
But what I heard, Clubhouse is like kind of like in a time warp, like where it's back in the 90s again, where women, got carte blanche to say what the hell they say.
Thank you.
And agreed. Yeah, that's what I heard, man.
Yeah, that's what I noticed that in the conversations too on there, that it just seems like a conversation that's that took place in the 90s. It's like they in a time warp over there, but I just thought that was just, you know, the manosphere, this black YouTube space in general, a lot of the times we be a couple years ahead of the conversation. Like even my woman noticed that stuff. Like she's listened in on a lot of these conversations. So when she on Clubhouse, she just like, they behind. They ain't caught up yet. They making arguments and making points that have been debunked 10 times over. Like, so.
Hey, and this is a great time to point in. Someone had a question mark behind 1.21 nigawatts. That is the definition of 1.21 nigawatts. What Bernard just described right there.
Yeah, they back in time. They in a time warp. They not caught up.
They
yet.
just got a whole damn channel for it now, I guess.
What you know what the fucked up shit about this whole thing is that wasn't Clubhouse created by a black guy?
Don't know, but that don't matter.
Or it's owned by a black guy? Like, so like why do you like what you know, like why would they allow their platform to get taken over with black misandry, man? Like,
no, that's easy. That's easy. Listen, it's black men who be creating a lot of stuff and doing a lot of stuff. They're not ideologically in line with what's best for black men.
That
Let me
could be
mute
true,
you up.
we know you niggas don't build nothing.
That man, listen, I did some content on Drew Holiday, who take like a portion of his salary every year. I think he's about to be making somewhere like 40 million now, but when he's making like 25 million, he took $5 million of it, all right, and donated it to black businesses,
Yep,
organizations.
in New Orleans, right? When he was way back with the Pelicans.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a minute now. When I finally looked up, well, no, actually, I didn't even have to look it up. He put it right on his Instagram page. All the organizations that he donated to, the either black businesses or black organizations or foundations, they were like 75% ran by black women. So
and they were mad. They were mad, Bernard, because the man showed his wife, I think had cancer, if I remember right. His wife was fighting cancer, either his wife or his child was fighting cancer. Yeah, his wife was fighting cancer heavy when he was in what's the name, man. And because this man did right by his wife, you know what I'm saying, to you know what I'm saying, take time away from the career. The team gave him, you know, the time he needed, his resources, man, to literally save his wife's life, bruh. I'm telling y'all, dog. I'm telling y'all, bro. Black women's arch nemesis is that white woman, and what y'all call it, the Miss Ann syndrome, bro. Especially dark skinned black women, bro. Here needs to be the ground basis of the study of. I'm telling y'all, man, triple I syndrome. My thing, black women, dark skinned black women, especially, they just have this thing of where even if I don't want you, you better want me, and it's crazy. Shout out to old man in the building, man. Welcome back, old man. I know you came back the other day. This is my first time seeing you, though, man. Welcome back, bro.
Yeah, shout out to the old man. Go ahead. Well, hold on real quick before I go to you. Ellie JJ in the building. He said it's called living below your means. FYI, my daughter doesn't work. My son-in-law is the leader of the home. They have 3 children. Right on. Good stuff. Let's go to I think that's it on the super chat. And appreciate everybody supporting the stream. I see some cash. See Little Big Nate on the Cash App in. I think D-Rock then to the Cash App. Shout out to everybody who's supporting the stream. Get the likes up. And with that said, we are going to the man. You got the flow. You got the mic.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? I want to do this here because I don't really want to do it over on my channel. Because to be brutally, I'm going to be a snob about it. I don't consider it important enough to address on my channel, so I'll do it here. I did see the Ryan Davis video over on Facebook this morning, earlier this morning before you came on the air, Bernard. Mm-hmm. And I know who he is. I mean, I'm not very familiar with him. I've seen him in passing on Facebook. My understanding is that he's something of a comedian. That's his official thing. And I watched what he had to say. And supposedly he has a part 2 where he, supposedly more directly addresses Kevin Samuels himself. That's supposed to be the premise. I searched around on Facebook and couldn't find it. So I don't know. So I'm only left to deal with what we have. But before I get into that, because as you were breaking down his video, I was jotting down some notes of what he said and didn't say. But before I get to all of that, and we can go around again, and then I'll come and address that. I just want to address a point that Keith Silent Lamont made. And he and I have talked about this in the past, and I have conceded that I call it the basketball wives argument. He's got a point. But I think with regard to the Kevin Samuels and the current, basketball wives, if you will, situation, I think one thing we're leaving out or overlooking is the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on what is known as the pink collar economy. A lot of black women, the majority of black women, I think I sent this to you before, Bernard, the Center for American Progress, that is a left-leaning think tank. So it can't be accused of being in the tank for red pillars in the manosphere. And they did a special report. As a matter of fact, I'm going to pull it up now and send it to you. They did a special report back earlier this year, and how black women were disproportionately impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. And it shows you a grid showing you where the majority of black women that work in the economy, what their occupations are, and so forth. As a matter of fact, I can break it down for you right now. I'm going to email it to you so you could put it up on the screen. But I'll read it out right now so everybody knows what I'm talking about. Just give me one moment. It's a pretty lengthy article, by the way, fellas. You would do well to, sit down and read it. But the grid that I'm reading from here it's figure number 2. When I send it to you, Bernard, it's figure number 2. Okay, that's what you want to focus on. It's called top 6 occupations held by women of color in the United States. So they include Asian and Native American and so forth. I want to focus on black or African American. That's the very first column on the left. Nursing assistants at number 1. Cashiers at number 2. Customer service representatives at number 3. Registered nurses at number 4. Personal care aides at number 5. And elementary and middle school teachers at number 6. All right. All of these are the top most occupations for black women, and they are the ones most vulnerable by the coronavirus pandemic. I'm going to email this to you, Bernard, and you can read it out over the air. I have another piece of information that I'll send to you momentarily as well. So I think that that's a major factor in the mix that we may be overlooking with regard to the current discussion. The basketball wives argument notwithstanding, because that was, prior to the advent of the Rona, but I think it has been exacerbated by the Rona. And what our good friend and brother Kevin Samuels has masterfully done in a serendipitous bit of timing, great timing, is that he just took advantage of that.
Oh man, quickly if I can.
Yeah.
If you can kind of give it since it's your go. We do have a lot of new folk in the space, and there's a lot of questions. I think there needs to be a brief explanation of the basketball wife analogies.
Well, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, everybody in Black America, I'm not saying you have to be expert at the show, but you at least have heard of, in passing, Basketball Wives reality TV show, or, Real Housewives of Atlanta, and so on and so forth, where the premise is that wives, and the irony of the Basketball Wives show, and I think this is true to some extent for Real Housewives of Atlanta, the irony is that these women aren't actually legal wives. Many of these, right, some of them are, some of them are, to be fair, some of them are, but a lot of them are not. They're just essentially baby mamas. That's their, legal connection to, either.
Whoa. Who was that? All right, everybody mute. Go ahead, Obsidian.
Yeah, that was their legal connection to in the case of the basketball wives. So you had these professional basketball players. So that was their connection there. Or in the connection to like Real Housewives of Atlanta, you got guys they're not like famous, but they earn well. And a lot of them are just baby mamas, essentially, is what it comes down to. So in any event, the premise is that these ladies get a chance to live a privileged life, and often showcase, them acting a fool, to be brutally frank. So that's I called what Keith Silent Lamont was talking about a basketball wives type of lifestyle. And then, like I said, I conceded that he does have a there. Now, this was prior to the coronavirus pandemic. This preceded that by at least a few years. So I'm saying that dynamic plus the coronavirus aspect accounts for what we're dealing with right now. Now, I have another article that goes to Keep Silent Lamont's point that I'm going to email to you as well, Bernard, and you'll find the relevant point that I'm going to read on the air right now. This comes from a Black lady scholar. Her name is Dawn Mouzon, Mouzon, of Rutgers University. That's a reputable university. She specializes in race and ethnicity and children and family studies at Rutgers University. Go Crimson Knights. And on October 26, 2013, this is 8 years before the advent of St. Kevin, she writes an article that appears on the Scholars Strategy Network titled, "Why Has Marriage Declined Among Black Americans?" She reads, and I quote in the article, quote, "Even more important, the characteristics and life situations of many Black men fall well short of women's preferences." In the year 2010, 11 years ago, the Pew Research Center asked respondents to rate the importance of various factors when choosing a mate and found that Black women have high aspirations. Number one, asked, how important is it that a good husband or partner provide a good income? 2/3 of Black women said it is very important, compared to 32% of white women. Number two.
I know this. I know this study. I did some content on this a while back. Go ahead. I know where you're going.
Excellent. So it's good for all of us to get a refresher to go to Keep Silent Lamont's point. Number two, roughly 55% of Black women said it was very important for a husband or partner to be well educated, compared to only 28% of white women. And number three, half of Black women said that financial stability should be an important precondition for marriage, but only a quarter of white women felt that way. Okay? This is coming from Pew Research Center. All right? 11 years ago. So this predates what Kevin is doing by at least a decade. So again, I'll send you the article just so you'll have it on record, Bernard. And this goes to Keith's point. This is a data point in favor of his argument. I mean, let's just face it. Black women care most about the money. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just looking at the data. I'm looking at straight up scholarly research and data. I'm not making a value judgment on it. Black women care about the money more than other groups of women do, period. And I'll yield the floor, and when we go back around again, I'll deal with Mr. Davis.
All right. Justin March in the building with a $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Number 16 in the building. He says, I'm sorry, but that was some disrespectful-ish. But coming from that person, it does not surprise me. Are you talking about you and Lucario's little back and forth? Yeah, I don't know what he said to you that was so disrespectful. I'm not sure if you're referring to something Obsidian said or something that you and Lucario had going on. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, before I pass it, Doug in the building, sort of talking to Amawali Africa, just made a video about Kevin Samuels and the sphere. He said this space is Eurocentric in homoerotic. Okay. What? Y'all sent your home? Who you talking about? Made a video about that. You talking about Ryan Davis? Please invite him to the panel. Oh, you talking about the Amawali guy? Oh, Amawali just made a video. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The link in the chat. You can come up if you want to. Yeah, you can come up if you want to. Who is that?
Hey, B man, make a response quickly.
Yeah, go ahead. But real quickly, says Mr. Fantastic. So I got a side women 25 to 45 with iPhone now is Clubhouse color purple. The Waiting to Exhale greatest hits reruns. Oh yeah. It seems like that's what's going on there. Go ahead, Silent. It's like you was trying to jump in and say something. And I was posting a link in the chat for Mr. Fantastic channel, and now I'm posting the link to the Book of Obsidian. You can definitely go on Amazon and buy that. So there's a There's a link right there to the Book of Obsidian. And so go ahead. Whoever that was trying to jump in, I think that was Silent. Go ahead. You got the play.
Yes, sir. No, just I thought it was important to point out, I know my man Andre, kind of had, a statement. He was saying, the fact that we as Black people are so damn ignorant to equate themselves to entertainment reality shows is ridiculous. And it's not, man. It's not a Black thing. It's not uncommon if a person is having a conversation to be able to relate something to popular culture. Okay. Basketball Wives is a part of current events, popular culture that most people have heard of. Now, I know you can get on the internet and pretend you haven't heard of it, man. You can lie to us, but you can't lie to Silent. Okay, you know who Basketball Wives are. Everyone understands that kind of concept. So it's important that we're going to be smart and intelligent people. It's important to kind of learn the lessons. Don't play pretend, man. You're good, brother.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was fairly easy to understand that you were saying that merely from the standpoint of that's what they want. The women who are saying they want a provider, husband, and all of that, family, blah, blah, blah. But you can read between the lines. A lot of them are saying they just want to live a Basketball Wives lifestyle. They want to not be able to work and then just go they want somebody to fund their fuckery. Put it like that. That's what you get when you said
taking pictures on Instagram,
Yeah.
And it's sad because me, man, what I've desired, but it seems to me that a lot of these things that I try to point out would just be obvious just by being alive. I mean, when you walk out into the world, do you see a bunch of women that look like they want to be wives and have families? Is that what you see? I mean, really? When you hear women talk, is that what you hear? Do you really hear nurturing, soft women? All I hear are a bunch of females wearing Timberlands. I mean,
all right. Anybody else? Who anybody else wanted to jump in and respond? I see we got Kevin and Sales just came back up here.
What's up, man? How you doing, Bernard?
How you doing?
I'm real good.
I don't know if anybody wanted to respond to anything that Obsidian was saying, because if I understand what you were saying, right, Obsidian, you was basically saying, well, you were saying two things. You was talking about how Black women, it's data to show that Black women actually expect more than other women. But what you were saying before that, you were pointing out, you said I think you were referring to the mere fact that, when the she session, as they call it, when that happened, mixed with Corona, Kevin Samuels has talked about that a lot, where that's a major factor in why the women wanted to pull up a chair and listen to what he was saying, because they was finding themselves, that they got some hard hitting them in the face facts that strong independent shit really don't work. When Corona hit, they found themselves at home alone and jobless. I think that's the factor that you were averaging into the equation why they showed up in droves to Kevin Samuels. Was that more or less the point you was making? And he's gone.
Well, yeah, if he's not there, I'll say this little piece. Yeah, man, this whole thing of where Black women pretty much got to experience the time of their lives and get the hot girl summer, no rent, no job, but extra $2,400 on top of the unemployment, extra $1,200 on top of the unemployment. When they could get away from the kids, they were forced to be actual mothers. They didn't get the free baby sitter daycare treatment from schools and stuff like this. And they had all of that on their backs on their own. You have to deal with your children now you couldn't go to work, and then like every opportunity you had to, you couldn't even really sit into grandma's house no more too, because you know what, that's these old folks were definitely afraid of the Rona, as they say. So it was a weird mixture of where black women actually started hearing about, and you had the explosion of Zoom and YouTube and panels and all these different things, because people were, you can only watch so much Netflix, you can only watch so much TV. So what's better to do than to actually get out here now and start interacting with people? And the manosphere had its boom, and you hear black men for the first time, via Kevin Samuels, all of these concepts and these ideas, and then people start spreading out from Kevin Samuels with the nice neat delivery version to the raw, real, inward ish version that we got around these parts. And oh my God, this is what black men really think. And not only do they think it, they're not afraid to express it. And pretty much like what they're saying is accurate. So it's a whole bunch of ugly truths that black women had to be forced to deal with and accept, whether they wanted to or not. And then the worst part about it is this is only the beginning, because everybody loves to say how winter is coming, but yeah, man, we got what I think they said, 10 million, like however many million people getting ready to get evicted out here. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be even heavier because they took this time to enjoy life and do all the things they could and not pay their rent. And lo and behold, now they got to worry about being homeless and on their own and all this other stuff.
And the piggyback, it's terrifying, because what's happened is women have run into a storm more fierce than Edward Anderson talking. All right. You have the internet, you have black YouTube, the black manosphere, you have the mixture of the corona, you have kind of a mixtures of a lot of economic kind of systems falling. So you have all of this kind of happening all at one time. So this is why you have the lady screaming about the protection piece. You have more single women living alone. You have more divorced women than ever, right? So women can kind of sense, I think, kind of in their biology, they're supposed to be able to sense the wave of things, because we talk about hypergamy, right? Women have to be able to kind of jump to a different ship to survive. So women have already sensed the environment changing, just like a dog senses a rain coming. All right. So, that's why I was on like, man, BGS, like, what are you going to do when they come knocking back on your door? Because they're coming back. They're back now. The thing is, we were talking about, the 12 stages of denial. First, you deny it and then you get mad, right? Now they're on the stage. Now the negotiations are happening right now. The fact that now, because they're arrogant, the negotiations are going to happen like, I need you to pay all my bills. But if you stay strong, pretty soon, $40 is going to be $15. We told you this winter, a lot of homeless. All right, we talked about this last summer, ladies and gentlemen. I know y'all said when Silent said, on that OnlyFans bubble was gonna bust.
All right. Let's let me swing that, because I do want to see what Amawali got to say. Somebody said he's a detractor of some sort, so I do want to let the man speak for himself. But before we go to him, Kevin and Sales, gotta pass you the mic first. Go ahead, you got the mic.
Well, what's up, Bernard? Believe it or not, I was on a live stream, so I didn't really catch.
Whoa, Negro, turn down something. You sound like you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. There go your voice.
Good. Okay, sorry. I bought some new equipment.
Yeah.
So I didn't really hear your live stream, because I was already live streaming. So I wanted to come over to yours, because I think that you are probably the number one live streamer on the planet. And guys, by the way, it's about 500 people in here. Everybody donate a quick $5 to Bernard's Cash App real quick. But I saw the title. Listen, I'm coming in. I don't know what you guys have been talking about for the past couple of hours, but I'm coming in and I'm hearing things about Black women. And, I want to be a voice of change right now. I think the problem with Black women is this, and most women in general. the standard has to be set by men. Now, of course, I could be preaching to the choir, but the standard has to be set by men. You have to shame them. If they're fat, shame them. If they're eating unhealthy, shame them. If they ask you, baby, how do I look in this dress? You need to tell them you look fat in this dress. You need to shame them into behaving a certain way. It shouldn't be that, okay, you know, OnlyFans is ending and these women about to be homeless. No. It should be back how it was in the good old days. See, I'm not that old, Bernard. I'm 36, but I'm not that young either. The good old days. You need to tell women to dress conservatively. You need to tell women, stop having children outside of wedlock. We all know this as men. I'm just preaching to the choir right now to hear myself talk. But we all know this, Bernard. There should be no OnlyFans is about to end. It should be, bitch, you should have never been on OnlyFans in the first fucking place. You're a whore. See, you need to start shaming them from the get-go.
Right on.
So that dude that's talking about Kevin Samuels, he needs to shut his mouth because Kevin Samuels is doing the work of the Lord. You know, he's doing the work of God. He's divine. You know, he's a divine prophet sent here to talk about things that need to be set back in order. And the fact of the matter is that women need to be shamed. And men, by the way. You simps out there dating single moms, you need to be shamed. Stop it. You need to encourage them to get back with the child's father. You need to encourage them to marry the child's father.
All right.
Brother.
All right.
No.
He good. People generally agree with what he said.
I almost blacked out, but yeah, we need to start shaming each other. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, Kevin and Sales. Check him out.
I'm gonna pass it.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I'm gonna mute myself because I'm about to black out, Bernard. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I just
we gotta go to Amawali. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. Thank you.
What I'll say really quick is that if you've ever been to the Church of Kevin Samuels, if you've met one Samuelite, you've definitely met them all. So I definitely appreciate Kevin and Sales for displaying his ideas.
What do you mean by if you met one, you met them all?
Yes. Wait, Bernard. This is news to me. A Samuelite, man, y'all out of hand, brother.
All right, yeah, you made that up, but okay, let's first substantiate that. If you've met one, you met them all. Do you think that I'm exactly the same as Kevin in Sales?
No, but what I will say is that the value.
Okay, then you just debunked your whole first argument. Okay, you only went out the gate. All right, go ahead.
So are we allowed to complete sentences here? Is this how we speak?
Yeah, no. I asked you a question.
It's a little jab. It's a joke, brother. We going.
It was a joke. Take the
all right.
Take the joke in stride. Take the joke in stride.
I'm gonna take it in stride.
You came in throwing a jab. I threw a jab back, and then you said, "Wait, hold on. We throwing punches. We throwing punches."
I'm a parry the jab. I'm a parry the jab, and I'm gonna come back with the cross. So just
there you go. Then do that. I would rather you do that. And then say, wait, no, we not throwing punches, are we? You threw the first punch, nigga. All right, go ahead.
I'm hoping I will be able to speak. But what I was saying is, you said, do I think that all supporters of Kevin Samuels are alike? And what I was saying to you is that's not my position. But my position is that the values that undergird their arguments are the same, right? The values in terms of the source of where they come from. That's what I was speaking to. That's what I was speaking to yesterday evening when I did my presentation called the semen-filled red pills and the Romanization of black male values. Right? the argument that I'm making is that just like when you're in a relationship with a woman for a very long time and you're interchanging fluids, a situation happens where folks see you guys together in public and they start asking like, hey, are y'all related? Because y'all start to look alike after you've been together for a long time. Well, it's the same thing when you have
that's a lie.
All right, can I speak, my brother? I don't know your age, but the way men talk is we let each other speak. And we follow
up. Brother, listen here. Stop it. Well, you're not seeming or looking real manly here, brother. Like I said, you're a rookie to this. You're gonna lose.
Go ahead, Amawali. Go ahead, Amawali.
I expect that I'll probably keep getting cut off, and I'm looking forward to speaking with my brother Obsidian.
Just say your stuff, man.
Okay,
you got it.
The point that I was trying to make is that as black men continue to ingest these semen-filled red pills that originate from the white manosphere, a lot of our talking points, a lot of
can you make a point?
And a lot of our values will start to look very similar to theirs. And I think that Kevin Samuels has been the don't say the chosen vessel, but it's definitely the vessel of this this Asian period that is the representation of those ideas.
How many words you look up last night?
Okay, all right. So let's
I like to ask Omar Wally some
peace, brother Obsidian. I know you wanted to sit with me for a while when you saw me on George Maker's channel. So I'm
I want to ask him some questions in relation to what he just presented. So your argument is that what we're seeing in the black manosphere right now, and Kevin Samuels in particular, is a carryover from the white manosphere. Are you familiar with my background, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know that you come out of the white manosphere.
Okay. Do you know why? Do you know why I did?
I can imagine, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my estimation would be due to the ultra fascism that comes with the white red pill space and the racism that many of the black men who were initially in that space saw the need to separate and build something that is strictly for their own. So in my analysis last night, I actually spoke on the difference between the white red pill community and the black red pill community, and my overall critique of the two was that in the white red pill community is much more broader in terms of they're looking at it has a very ultra nationalist sentiment undergirding it. So they're looking at conspiracies, who runs the world, and they're definitely looking at the gender dynamic. But when it comes to the black pill, those first two are kind of like stripped, and it's just focused on the so-called
black pill. Hold on, real quick. You got to make sure you're using the right terms.
Not the black pill. When it comes to the black red pill community,
okay,
those other elements are stripped, and it's more so focused on things like the gynocracy and the black matriarchy and black women, like a lot of Moynihan-esque assumptions. So that's So correct me if I'm wrong. If that's
so
the reason why
you just proved that it was different, and thus refuting your original argument that is predicated off that and echoes the same sentiments of the white manosphere. You just debunked your own argument.
I actually did, and if you have the ability to follow, logic and reason, which I think
if you were smart enough, Bernard, if we weren't so stupid, we would have got it.
So
clearly, and I think Obsidian is about to speak to this. But clearly, the black manosphere has its own unique issues and things that they focus on. Thus, we're looking at it. We've grounded it in black issues, and we're moving forward from there. So
Thank you. You can't completely, totally, and separate from anything to do with white men. I don't know what generation of manosphere I would be considered. I have nothing to do with white people, period.
I just found out who Rollo Tomasi is fairly recently.
I thought he was a black man.
Who the fuck is Roosh V? If he knocked on my door right now, I would not be able to identify him. I don't know who these people are in the white manosphere. So I'll pass it to Obsidian. Go ahead. I know Obsidian though, because Obsidian used to ride with them, but then Obsidian got out of their car, got in his own car, and thus you're looking at the black manosphere as it is right now. But go ahead, Obsidian.
Go ahead, my light work, old man.
Yeah, I know all of these people. Paul Elam, Rollo Tomasi, Bruce V, etc. et al. None of them are racists. I know them personally. Okay. The reason why I left the white manosphere, in particular, A Voice for Men, didn't have anything to do with the things that you said, Omar Wally. That nothing could be further from the truth. It was very simple. I did an interview. You can look this up online. It's the largest interview on record on Roosh V. 2-part interview that was published on A Voice for Men. No small feat. And toward the end, I asked him about the state of black men. And his statement was what got me to the point that I am right now. He said, paraphrasing, you can go and look it up, the article, the interview for yourself in full. And at the time, the whole, Me Too situation regarding Bill Cosby was raging. So this is a few years back. And we were talking about all that. And I asked him about the state of black men, and he was very candid. He said, I don't know. That's something black men have to sort out for themselves. And I said to myself, you know what? He's right. We can't. What is this notion that, and it's not just, black men, it's black people. We want white folks to sort out stuff for us. And, I thought about it. I said, you know what? The time has come for me to do my own thing. I wasn't pushed out, wasn't forced out. I never encountered any racism. It was just mama may have, papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own. It's that simple. As for the argument that you laid out between what animates the white manosphere versus what animates the black manosphere, I'm not going to deal with the white manosphere. Good fences make good neighbors. They're more than capable of speaking for themselves. As a founding father and one of the three kings of the Black manosphere, from day one, my mission was to foster a true and real conversation between Black men and Black women. Why? Because how are we going to deal with larger problems in Black America if Black men and Black women can't get along? We don't have to be in love with each other. We ain't got to be lovey-dovey. We ain't got to go off into the sunset, kumbaya. Can we at least be civil? That's my main question. So we can solve larger community problems, the stuff of life. Can we at least be civil? That's all I'm saying. And I am very happy to report 6 years on. Now we bring back Kevin and others. The Peef Let's Talk, for example, I consider that a manifestation of this. I'm very happy to report that a true conversation has started. Because one thing I'm trying to impress upon the sisters, and this is something that brings us back to Ryan Davis, is there's a reason why so many Black men resonate so strongly to Kevin Samuels. And that reason is very simple. For 40 years, I'm dating this back to when Oprah Winfrey moved to Chicago and began her meteoric rise. I'm dating it from that point. For 40 years, Black women have enjoyed a virtual monopoly on the public square with numerous megaphones, media, academia, entertainment, and then built their own independent media, which I refer to as the Black Vagina Vision media. And they've had a full-on run to air their grievances, whether real or imagined, with Black men. Nobody knocked them for it. Nobody assailed them for it. Black women and their spokesmen and spokeswomen were able to handpick, often henpeck Black men who are basically yes men to do their work. And what's happened now is that with the advent of the smartphone, the brother man's tricorder, and social media, Black men are able to create their own independent megaphones. And now Black women have to share the public square. They had 40 years. We got next now. We got the mic. And we're airing our grievances with Black women. That's the reason why Kevin is so resonant with so many Black men.
Brother Obsidian, can I?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'll say is this: everything that you just brought up in terms of the history, in terms of how we got to this moment, and the microphones or the megaphones that we currently have, I've documented. I have an essay that I've written that probably took me more than 3 years to write. And shouts out to you for writing your book or whatever. But I wrote a book, an essay called Black Women Going Their Own Way, a 21st Century Tale of Two Birds. Released it. Lots of support for that particular essay. I put out a lecture, I think you may have seen it on the George Macon channel, called The Hidden Truth Behind the Black Gender War in America, right? Documenting the history that even goes beyond this past 4 years. So when you talk about your catalyst into this space regarding the discussion between Black men and Black women and how we relate to each other, this is a conversation that has been happening long past these 40 years that you speak of. I mean, even if you go back to the beginning of the 20th century, you have Marcus Garvey speaking to Black men and manhood and how we relate to women. You bring it forth to Carlos Cooks. You bring it forth to Malcolm X. You bring it forth to Amos Wilson. I mean, even sisters. You have your Dr. Frances Cress Welsings, right? Your Dr. Marimba Anis. So this is a very long and continued conversation. And the argument that I'm making is it is a great thing that brothers once again have a voice. I love the fact that we have lots of Black male content creators that are rising to the top. But the argument and the issue that I have is that the loudest voices in the space currently, those who have the biggest megaphones, as Brother Bernard Rowley mentioned, it's great to have Kevin Samuels with 1 million followers to spew these manosphere points and let them bleed into the mainstream. The argument I'm making is that those particular content creators, the wellspring that they speak from is not our own.
Give me three. Hold on. Give me 3 specific examples, because I'm one of the founders of the Black Manosphere, and I don't. Bernard, and there have been others who have observed this about me. I don't make a big production out of being pro-Black. Mm-hmm. I don't wear it on my sleeve or anything like that. But truth be told, my position is, I grew up in a Black world. I'm used to watching Black
we from the same city. I'm familiar with your backstory, being blue collar. You know,
okay. Let me finish. I'm used to seeing Black city council members and city council presidents, Black mayors, Black police chiefs, Black fire chiefs, Black school superintendents, Black principals. I grew up in several generations of Black businessmen and women. So for me, white folks are a bit player in my life. So my position is what I do, I focus on Black folks. I just don't make a big production out of it. I just rather let my actions speak more than my rhetoric. So I need you to tell me, as one of the founding fathers of the Black manosphere, give me 3 specific things that derive directly from the white manosphere, and I know quite a bit about it because I was there for years, and tell me 3 major Black manosphere content creators who promulgate, white manosphere talking points in blackface.
So let me just first address your the points that you raised about our city. I agree everything that you said about the being under Black representation. I put out a documentary last year right before the election called The Un-American Dilemma, talking about the Black community and the issues that we face, right? So my work is very well documented.
Brother, we gotta start charging for all these promos, brother.
Who was that? Was that Brother Bernard that said that?
No, that's fantastic.
That's
That's
fantastic.
you're getting a lot of you're getting a lot of free promo in here, brother.
It's fantastic. Your assistant. Is he the
Nah,
bottom?
I'm fantastic. Y'all need to be fantastic, brother. You really you keep throwing these sides.
All right.
The bottoms that are on the panel, if y'all can just hold y'all.
I'll give them 20 minutes to answer.
What do you mean?
Go.
Bottoms, look here, fam. Listen, bro, you wouldn't last one-on-one. You wouldn't last, dog. I promise you. You can do it a little. You looking like an extra large poor man podcast up here, bro. I thought you was poor man's podcast, brother. Get out of here.
I thought he was too. But
impersonate poor man's podcast.
Fantastic. All right, let's let him go. Let's keep it moving forward. Obsidian laid something out there. He asked you a question. You haven't asked that question yet. You're talking about the police chiefs in Philly and all of that. Let's get to the question that he asked.
So, Brother Obsidian, let's do a little bit of history here, a little bit of trivia for you. So you asked me to name 3 points, and somebody has their mic open, so I don't know if I'm the only one that's hearing it. But in response to you, Brother Obsidian, you asked me to name 3 points that I can speak to directly, and I'll start. And then you also asked me to name 3 individuals in the manosphere who espouse those points. I'll start by saying sex, sandwiches, and silence. Right? We all familiar with those 3 S's?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so if I were to break down the values but behind that and ask you, Brother Obsidian, do you know what the original manosphere is?
So you asked this question.
Wait, hold on. Let him and Obsidian go. I think this conversation been brewing for a while between 2 of them. Let them go.
So it is. I'm just talking to the brother for the first time that I can recall.
Oh, I thought you said something like you were trying to. You said you saw him.
No, he reached out
to
Brother George Macon after I was on his show.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking that the 2 of you had some kind of correspondence with each other. But okay, anyway. All right, go ahead.
We still ain't gonna get the first.
Go ahead. You said food, sex, and silence.
It's sex, sandwich, and silence. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be a white manosphere.
That's what he's saying. Now go ahead.
I'm trying to. If you let me cook here, right? If you let me unpack the situation. So the next question I asked you was, are you familiar with the original manosphere?
Yes.
In your estimate, what is the original manosphere?
Paul Elam is one of the original founders of it.
Bro, you are incorrect. The original manosphere was started by a gentleman by the name of Romulus, which is why I did the analysis yesterday on the Romanization of Black male values.
Never heard of him.
Okay, so Romulus is the man who ancient Rome is named.
Yeah, he's talking about Rome and Greek.
No.
Romulus and Romulus.
What about the moon?
You're off base, brother.
All right.
You're off base, brother.
I've been cut off.
You're off base, brother.
How
the white manosphere. Listen, the white manosphere was founded by, among others, he's not the only one. Paul Elam, Warren Farrell is considered the grandfather of the white manosphere. Angry Harry, who's now deceased, World News Net Daily, they're part of it because Paul Elam got his start over there before he started A Voice for Men. You're talking about ancient Rome, and if we're going to talk about ancient Rome, and actually it goes back further to Greece.
I've allowed you to cut me off, but
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, stop. Everybody stop. Why are you bringing up Romulus? What did he have to do
Yeah,
with
Romulus and
Obsidian's
Remus, bro. Come on.
original?
Romulus
What
and
is,
Remus are the one that
hey, whoa, dude.
He asked me a question.
I know. I'm asking. Don't answer that question. Answer this question. What does that have to do with the original question that Obsidian asked about what ideas from the white manosphere that you allegedly can prove exclusively came from the white manosphere, and they're on the and them saying it is the only reason that we're saying it. That's what you're starting with. Now you started with food, sex, and silence. Chris Rock said that in the 90s, but okay. Feed me, fuck me, shut the fuck up. That was Chris Rock's joke in the 90s. But anyway, you're saying that somehow originated in the white manosphere, and that's why we're saying it. I want you to substantiate that claim instead of giving a history lesson and doing promos. Go ahead.
So the thesis that I laid down when I initially came onto the platform was that the values, right, that undergird all of the manosphere talking points that I'm hearing in relation to women stem from a different group. So if we're having a value discussion and you ask what does Rome or ancient Rome have to do with the modern manosphere? Well, the modern manosphere, its catalyst in animation was due to the fact that, I mean, if you read folks like like Nietzsche and shit like that, this white male desire to see a renaissance and white values and white systems and white traditions and white institutions. And if you study all these groups that are pushing for a renaissance, the Renaissance period that they refer to is Greco-Roman, but they focus on the Rome. And the reason why I brought up, are you familiar with the original manosphere? Because ancient Rome was literally the original manosphere. When the city was founded, it was a city founded of all men. And the values that came out of that situation.
All right, Bernard, can I say something? Can I say something? All right. So, brother.
Obsidian, before the next brother.
So,
hold on, wait, no, I'm a Wally. I'm Wally. I'm the host. I'm pushing pause on that. I do the same thing with niggas when we talking about modern issues and niggas try to take us all the way back to the plantation or Egypt.
Yeah, slavery.
I stopped the show and I passed the mic. So go ahead, Game Changer.
Okay. So let's for a second give like everything he says is true, that it's that a lot of the talking points or what have you is taken from the white manosphere. So what? You see, I think that if we begin with the premise that Obsidian, please. If we begin with the premise that white is bad and that it is a bad thing to overlap some of our ideas, then you're already lost. I say, so what? Maybe it's 80%, maybe it's 70%, maybe it's 60%, maybe it's 40% overlap between the black manosphere and the white manosphere. Really don't give a shit. The thing is that at the end of the day, I want sex, submission, and sandwiches. And if a white man wanted to, then so be it. If he wanted it first, then so be it. If Adam wanted the same thing from Eve and Adam is black, then we could say he founded the manosphere. It doesn't matter. This is a fruitless conversation. We're arguing whether there's any overlap between the black manosphere and the white manosphere when the name manosphere is an overlap. It's a useless argument that we shouldn't be having. So fucking what?
Hey, but guess what, GC? You know what the good news is? He didn't answer that question though.
Well,
that is true. All right, good. Well, thank you, Silent. We going right back there.
We playing verbal dodgeball today.
Hold on. We going right back there. Okay, so your first attempt at answering that question with the food, sex, and silence, I don't believe you substantiated that claim that came from the white manosphere, and that's why we're using it.
It doesn't matter.
And Game Changer makes a real good point that it doesn't matter. So I'm
a good point to who?
I think he made a good point.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Everybody heard it.
So let's not do this, because every time you ask him a question, he's going to bring up another talking point that he has in his repertoire to continue him holding the mic.
He's Bernard. And
so basically,
hold on,
Edward. It's not
you got next, Ed.
Because I just got one question.
I thought it was.
God damn! But then
wait.
Go ahead, Game Changer. Yeah.
Hold on, wait. Time out. Game Changer.
Everybody became Game Changer off.
Game Changer. Go ahead, and then Ed, you got your question next. Katie, thank you for the $50 super chat, and Young Jay, thank you for that, and Brother P, that thank you for that. I will read those ones momentarily. Go ahead, get your question in, Game Changer. Then we go into Ed. We're
Well,
gonna
it's not a
skip.
question.
We're gonna.
It's not a
I mean,
question.
go ahead. No, go ahead, make your comment, and then we're gonna skip Sister George and go to Ed. All right,
Okay,
go ahead.
but
I'll go after
before we do
Sister
that,
George.
but before we do that, I actually had something of importance to say. Like, this is what I'm saying now was just to end what he's saying, because what he's going to do is he's just going to continue a circular point. He has a group of points that he wants to get out, and once you ask a question about one point, he'll bring up another, and he'll continue this process indefinitely. So my statements before was to end that process, because it's an infinite loop, and because of what I
get
do,
the promos.
yeah,
Don't forget the free promotion
exactly,
too.
and get the promos, exactly. So I wanted to end that. Now that that's ended, I wanted to talk about what I actually came up to talk about, and that is the negotiation that Keith mentioned earlier. You see, if I may.
Are you switching completely off gears from what Amawali was going on? Because
Yes, I am, because he wasn't going on anything.
No, but he came up as a detractor, so I do want to keep it on his detraction. But you did a good job of explaining how Exhibit A that he brought to the table was a bunch of bullshit. I'm curious to see if Exhibit B is worthwhile.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you it's not, and then he's gonna bring up
Exhibit C. Edward versus Tornado.
Well, no, he's going to bring up Exhibit C, and then once he runs out of English alphabet, he's going to switch to the Phoenician alphabet, which is based on the Roman alphabet, and then he's going to go there. So, but go ahead.
Game changer. You're not wrong, but it's important for the audience to see that. Sometimes it's important for the audience to see the bad faith.
Easily destroy and tear this dude down piece by piece.
Edward, I taught you something really good. I'm glad I
Sister
taught
George,
you
you ain't never taught nobody nothing. Go ahead, Ed.
I did, but I wanted
go ahead,
to say
Ed. Whoa, Sister George, wait, stop. Hold on, wait. I can't find the mute button. Okay, go ahead, Ed.
So this is for, I forget what I do, because I just heard the bullshit and blacked out. So I forgot what his name is, but this is for the guy that's the detractor. Very simple question, and I'm a preface this with, I don't care why it is this way, so I don't need a history lesson, and this is not going to be a yes or no question. I'm not trying to do that. In your opinion, is the Black community currently a patriarchy, matriarchy, gynocracy, or something else I haven't mentioned?
The Black community globally.
No, I'm talking fuck globally. I'm talking about in America.
Yeah, bro, you're not global, fam. Come on. We talking about African Americans here in America.
No, hold on, fam. That's my fault. ADOS. I ain't talking about nobody. We all ADOS up here. ADOS.
Okay. So ADOS is a subset of the Black community globally, correct?
Oh my God, brother.
Hey, hold on, time out. I don't give for this conversation. You're dead, and I told you you weren't wrong, Game Changer.
I will answer.
I don't. Hold on. I don't give a fuck. I'm saying in America.
All right. Everybody stop. Okay, look. I'm a Wally. We go. I think you understand the question that he's asking.
So
if you understand, hold on. The host is talking. Let me talk. If you understand the question that's being asked, answer the question that's being asked. I mean, you came in hot. You talking about semen-filled red pills
yes, sir.
and all kind of shit. So we're giving you detractor privilege. That you're being a detractor. We're gonna bring you up and we're gonna let you come at us and we're gonna come at you. But if you're being asked questions, God damn it, you gotta answer them. Don't take us back to Kemet. We know. Just
remember, I said I don't give a fuck about the history.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
so
he asked me a question. He asked me a question.
We have to really stop entertaining these clowns. This man doesn't care about the male.
God damn it, you the clown we entertain. Cut it out, Sister George.
So
you got a whole channel based on our entertainment. No.
What's the brother's name who asked the question?
Edward.
That's Ed.
So brother Edward, you asked if the Black community, now you're talking about ADOS specifically, is a patriarchy, a matriarchy, or a gynocracy.
Or other that I haven't mentioned. I give you that room.
Other. And I would lean towards the other that you haven't mentioned. And the reason why.
So what is that?
I'm going to give you the answer. Like, you won't even let me get my sense out.
Say what it is and then explain it.
The other is the Black community in America exists under the system of white supremacy, which is different than a patriarchy.
I told you, pro-Black, dog.
No, I understand.
Is different than a patriarchy, a matriarchy, and the other you name, which is a gynocracy. A patriarchy is a system of gender hierarchy based upon the oppression of women. I don't know what a matriarchy is because that's just a knee jerk reflex that people use to explain what they believe is the difference of a patriarchy, which
Not
doesn't
true,
that,
but go ahead.
which doesn't exist. And this gynocracy situation, when we're talking about power, right? And so I take it that folks have a problem with black power, and
Well,
with
no, you do because you said white
Oh, hold on,
supremacy. So hold on, you
fantastic.
can't hold on. No.
No,
Bro,
fantastic. Go ahead,
y'all haven't,
fantastic. Go ahead, fantastic.
y'all haven't let me say shit and address this
So
dude
No,
yet.
you
You
got
keep
it.
doing this
Fantastic got it.
bullshit.
there's no discipline. So let me
So
Hold
hold
on,
on,
wait a
bro,
minute,
brother. Trust
wait a
me.
minute, wait a
I
minute.
know
Go ahead.
more. You
cut
there's
me
a
off.
reason why
Wait,
you
stop,
don't want me to
stop.
speak.
Go ahead.
Before I
Hold on.
finish
Go ahead,
speaking, if I'm
fantastic.
able to be cut off,
Hold
what
on.
is the
Wait a minute.
I
Wait
don't
a
know
minute.
this dude,
are there
Wait a
but
minute.
certain
obviously
Whoa,
this dude
dude.
knows
Hold on.
me.
All right.
I don't
Fantastic.
know this
Go.
dude.
No,
I
fantastic.
don't know.
Stay on your point. Stay on your point. You was
Okay,
on a
so
good
like I
point.
said, the last person to say anything about black power is the person that says anything about white supremacy. That's weakness, sir. There's no white man supreme to me. There's no white man that motherfucker operates on some shit where like I can't move around, I can't get around simply because he's white and I'm not. So this is what I hate about y'all pro blacks, bro. And that's the whole thing that you guys have a problem with because again, it's black men actually stepping into that power and demanding that he get in his proper spot and he's speaking his voice without having to worry about backlash and what the hell a woman got to say or what a woman wants. Black men are the only people trying to fix this shit. Ain't no Samuel Lights around here. Ain't no
do you
goddamn Martin step
understand?
in
Do
and
you
he give
understand
orders.
how
Again,
Fantastic.
delusional?
There's a
this
Do you
dude
understand
know
how
what I'm
delusional you
saying. And
sound right
brother,
now?
it don't matter. You got up here with your soft voice and you're gonna try to
fantastic.
overtalk me,
Deluded.
and
You
it's
All
are
right.
not gonna
literally,
matter.
you are literally in a situation where the motherfucking white man has his nuts on your back, and you talking about something.
Okay,
Whoa,
so
hold on. Wait, time out.
Who?
Time out.
The
Time
fuck
out.
are you
Time
Can I
out.
say
talking
Time
about?
out.
something? Can I say
Time
something?
out. Time out. I'm a Wally.
Bernard, I
Wait
wasn't
a minute.
Can I
finished.
I
can
know,
I
but
say
we
something?
How
went
you
somewhere
completely
else.
undercutted what I
We
was
went
saying?
somewhere else.
Can
So
Because I
I
was
say
hold
actually
on.
going to use the pro black shit.
can I say something,
All
please?
right. Real quick. I'm a Wally.
Understand what the homoerotic references are.
Yeah, like
All
I
right.
like because I'm
Yeah,
actually
why
about
you
to
gotta
hop
do
off,
that?
and y'all
Why
like
you
went
gotta do
into the
that?
republicanism of
So
it. Hold on,
No, we not. No, that's not where it's going.
well,
Real
Can,
I
quick.
can
just
I
I'm a
say something
Wally.
after you're done, Bernard?
I'm a Wally. Is the white man nuts on your back?
the white man
Must
nuts
be
are
in this
not on
Wait,
my
throat.
back.
They in
Yup,
his
Hold on.
throat.
they on his back.
That's a
Hold on,
yes or
hold on.
no question.
Listen.
Stop it. No, I don't gotta listen. You gotta say yes or no. Is the
I'm
white
not
man
going.
nuts? Is the
I'm
no
not
no? Stop it.
going to
Stop it.
say yes or
They're
no.
on top of his
Because
head.
that hold on. Wait. Hold on. Your unwillingness to say yes or no proves that your statement is bullshit.
all right,
You don't.
Bernard.
So it's as simple as this. Your argument, if I can try to decode it, I'm not even about to take the time to try to walk you down the path and make you admit it. Basically, what you're saying is because you niggas are under a system of white supremacy, you're oppressed and you're dominated. You shouldn't be saying nothing about black women. Is
No,
that essentially your argument?
I'm not saying that you should not be saying nothing, but when we're talking about establishing black power, is for the purposes of overturning this system
So
that is presently dominating us as a community.
so okay, hold on.
Just the one,
I
just the
don't.
one quick
I
point.
don't. I'm going. I
Just the
go
one
back
quick.
to you, Ed. I
Bernard.
go back to.
Just the
I'm
one
Ed.
quick
I'm
point.
going back to you.
If I can
I'm
finish.
going back. No, you can't. I'm a Wally. No, you can't.
I'm gonna keep it.
I'm going back to Ed. I'm a Wally. I don't subscribe, and most people in this space, or at least I know a lot of people on my channel.
Do not
Some do, some
subscribe to
don't.
reality.
We don't subscribe to
Brother
that white
Obsidian, I
man
would love
oppressing
to
us
have
and shit.
a one-on-one
Bernard.
with you
Hold on, wait a minute. This
if you
needs
are
to be
open to
said.
that,
This needs to
because
be
I
said.
think that the levels
Hold
of
on,
feminine
dude.
energy
Hold on,
amongst
wait,
the men here.
brother. You talk a lot about being interrupted, but all you do is a lot of interrupting your damn self.
Okay.
Let me speak.
You gotta drop
With
this
a
dude
soft
before
ass
this.
voice.
Man, if y'all don't shut the fuck up and let me finish my point, because
Ed,
y'all
I'm
completely
gonna Ed. I
undercovered it.
said I'm going to you
You've been
next.
talking for 2
I'm just
hours
trying to
already.
say if your criticism of the manosphere is rooted in the simple fact that you think that white supremacy is oppressing you, and some white man got his nuts on your chin, or whatever it is that you think is going on in
No,
your
I
life
push
that's not
back
going
on the
on
question of
that's
he
not
asked the
going on
question is the
that's not going on in the life of productive men. I mean, you're going to talk about Kevin Samuelites or whatever. I agree with the point that he made. Yes,
he asked
some
the
racism
question if we're
exists
being
because there's
oppressed by women in
nigga.
the
You keep
community.
interrupting me. Come on, man. I almost went there. Yes, racism exists because there are some racist people. Your job as a man is to build yourself up and make yourself powerful enough to where it doesn't affect you, it has a minimal effect on you, and you realize that it has a lot to do with classism and not racism. That's where thinking black men are at. So that shit you're talking, we ain't going. But I think you and Ed do have some common ground on the white supremacy thing, I'll let y'all talk about it because I know Ed talked
because
about
I'm
white
not gonna
supremacy,
say,
and I'm just making it very clear. I ain't with that shit. I ain't with that dominated
Brother
victim.
Obsidian, I would be interested in
I'm
having
talking,
one-on-one
boy,
with
dude.
you.
I'm talking.
and
I'm
I'm
talking.
not.
I'm not with the oppression Olympics over here. That shit ain't gonna fly. I'm letting you know that right now. But go ahead, Ed. You got it.
So I'm not gonna say I'm more pro-black than any of these people on here, because like Obsidian said, just because it's not something that people wear on their sleeve doesn't mean they don't definitely care about their people being successful and competitive. But the difference with me is I will go there with you. So you were answering the first question, but my thing, even from a purely pro-black standpoint, is if black people are going to get power, who is the biggest, who is really the first bar? In order to get power, you have to actually have your own shit in order. This is why when Obsidian talks about solving black problems, that is essentially a pro-black statement. Because if we can't solve each other's problems, if we can't solve our problems by us coming together, black men and black women, then nothing moves. And the white man doesn't need to do anything because we fuck up our own shit. So you said that it's an other because you wanted to not say it's a gynocracy, and you brought up white supremacy. I agree with you. White supremacy is at the top of all of it. But guess what white supremacy uses as its lever to keep the black community intact? Answer that question.
Terrorism?
No. Dave, you know that's not correct, and I know you know the answer.
What is
Go ahead,
Y'all are dealing with a pro-black.
Okay, let me name you. What is the
Ed,
one
wait, stop. Ed, go ahead and explain the
He asked me
answer.
a question. I gave him an answer.
I know. Again, God damn it, I passed it back to him and
Okay,
told
so
him
yeah,
to
There are no bigger
answer it.
terrorists than black men the age of 15 to 25, brother. There are no bigger terrorists to the black community. Hold on, Edward. Hold on, you got it. There are no bigger terrorists to the black community than black males age 15 to 25 and the single mothers that are raising them to be that way.
So let me
all right, go ahead.
Yeah,
Ed,
so
go ahead,
let me just make the point. I'll just make the point. The black community is a gynocracy. And what powers the gynocracy is white supremacy. Black women operate, and it's not just black women. You can argue the boule, you could argue 980s. It's a lot of ingredients in there, but black women are the majority population of that group. And as far as the black community is concerned, they are the buffer class to the white man. To get to the white man, you gotta go through the black woman. And this is where this is wickedly brilliant. Hold on. Black men will not do that. And pro-blacks damn sure will not do that. I will get a lot further with somebody like Fantastic than I will with you, because at the end of the day, you all will black out because you all believe in permission-based leadership. You will not go further than the black woman will allow you to go. And the black woman, and look, we're not saying every black woman, but you know what I'm talking about with the algorithm, is irrecoverably tied to they see their success at the expense of yours. They don't believe in we. And they are connected to the hip of the white man. So when so it's impossible to talk about white supremacy and not talk about how black women contribute to it now in all areas of activity. So your main issue with us, because remember, the main shit you got a problem with us is what we say about black women. We're the ones that call this shit out, and we actually do have pro-black. Shout out to BGS Igmore. That people disagree with him, but most people agree with him on this shit, and he calls this shit out. Because quite frankly, the pro-blacks won't do it. The pro-blacks are ruled by women. And you can't do shit with that. That's the issue I got with you on the pro-black argument. So we can have almost done. We can have that conversation, but can you actually be honest about it? And this is why you got to go to the fucking before Christ and prehistory bullshit, because it dodges the shit that Obsidian was talking about from like the last 40, 50, 60 years. You know you can't win that argument, which is why you don't want to have it. And this is where all this good, bad faith bullshit comes in, which is, by the way, why folks don't generally engage us directly, because you have to go through these things in order to make an argument, and folks just refuse to do it. Umar won't do it. None of them will. Anyway, I made my point. Yeah.
All right. All right, we're about to pass it to
Hey, Bernard, before you do that, I think we should all show a moment of silence. That was the fastest I've ever heard Edward get his points across, bro. That shit was legendary.
All right, and I'm still what Ed was talking about. That walks down the path of one of the few things I got some disagreement with Ed on when it comes to talking about white supremacy and all of that. If I would I would like to hear the two of you, not right now, but if he want to come on Ed's show and they can go in on that, they can go in on that and keep it right there. They can, but we not staying
and
on
I'll
that
let them
on my
talk. I'll
show
let you
because
get all
listen,
that promote stuff.
if I was who's pro-black and who's not, I consider myself pro-black in the sense that I would like to see black people progress. I'm just not pro that victim shit because, like I said it once, I say it again. What a lot of pro-blacks do, a lot of what they do is like to complain about white people and try to spray perfume over all the stench and shit and stink in the black community. And I ain't with that shit. I'm not with the victim shit. I'm not with the oppression Olympics. So let me pass it to brother Xavier before we try to. I don't know if Obsidian
skip over me again.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna skip you again, Sister George. I'll
You know
make
what,
sure. I promise.
Obsidian,
I'm
it
gonna
was
let
good
you
to
talk.
see you.
I'm gonna
I'm
let
out.
you
You
talk.
don't got to do this.
I'm gonna.
Obsidian, it's good to see you. That's all. I wanted to say something else, but Obsidian, I'm just happy that you're back, and I hopefully you're doing good. Thank you.
Damn it! I was gonna wait until the show was over to let her talk, and then right when
Let
she
her
started
talk.
talking, I was gonna hit end stream. I was saving her for that one, but she tapped out too early. All right, go ahead, brother Xavier.
Peace, brother Bernard. Everybody else on the up here on the platform. Good to see you, brother Obsidian, man. Good to see you, brother. Back in action. I just want to ask the brother a question before I even say anything else. I know you don't know who I am, brother, but I think I know who you are, brother O'Malley. Is it right, brother O'Malley? Are you O'Malley? My bad, my bad. Are you the brother that you had a stream one time and you sort of sat up there like you were on the YouTube draft and you chose the black manosphere over the conscious community? Is that you?
Yes, I'm
Is that
rocking the
you?
hat right now. I'm rocking the hat
Okay,
right now.
so that's you. Okay, good. Now,
What'd you think of that stream?
I will tell you in a minute.
Okay.
One thing about the manosphere that I've discovered, and I've been around a while myself, all right? Usually when it comes to the manosphere and manosphere things, okay, it's not so much of them, it's not so much of you choosing it. It chooses you. And you came in very bad faith, brother. Very bad faith.
Okay, go ahead.
So there's just a chance that you may not be chosen because you came in here for one as a detractor and an interlocutor, and you already started off bad from the beginning, and you got someone who is the originator of this thing sitting on the panel. You didn't come in good faith at all, brother. So I don't know what your plans are going forward, but how it looks now, it would probably be pretty hard for you to achieve acceptance in this circle of influence just from the performance that I've seen today.
Oh, he want to be on the team X. That's what it was. The brother trying to get a contract.
Can I respond?
Briefly. I mean, he made more of a statement. So go ahead briefly. I do want to move it on, but go ahead.
No, I appreciate him for checking out the stream. And that whole skit, if you're familiar with the signing day situation, the reason why I said that I would be situating my content within the manosphere is because I'm all about elevating the standard of manhood. And I have a definition for manhood. I won't speak to it now because I don't want folks saying I'm promoting. But the argument is that there needs to be an alternative established to the prevailing paradigm that is presently accepted by the folks, I guess, who you think I'm looking to be accepted from, which I'm not, right? But I am looking to show an example and have a discussion using a different framework to push the dialogue on manhood further. So I think that friction and that dialectic between the two sides can only serve to enhance both sides.
All right. I think the manner, and then real quick, I'm going right to you, Obsidian, but I think the manosphere was the alternative to the normal way that a lot of black men have been operating. And so I think we're already doing that. You're making it seem like we've, like, with the things that the manosphere say have just been the status quo for years, but no,
So
this
the way that dialectics work is there's a thesis, which you're referring to as the normal, and then there's a antithesis, which you're referring to as the manosphere, and then there's a synthesis, and that process happens over and over again. So in order to push us collectively forward, you always need that opposing friction to highlight.
So if I understand what you just said, you're basically saying you're here to be the counter to the manosphere. In other words,
I'm not here to be the counter to the manosphere. I'm here to be the counter to the ideal of manhood that currently prevails. And
You're the Michael Eric Dyson of simping.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know where you're going with that one. But no, based off what I understood that you. Okay, I'm just gonna go to Obsidian. Go ahead.
Bernard, you be killing my jokes. My shit be brilliant, man. Come on, that was brilliant.
That you that gave that joke, brother?
You know,
go ahead, Obsidian. We going to Obsidian. That one was all right. That one was all right.
You did not.
It probably was better. It probably was better than what I gave it credit for. Silent. Okay. All right. But
okay.
Go ahead, Obsidian.
So let's skip over my previous three. Actually, there was two questions. We'll skip over that for now because we're probably going to go back down another rabbit hole, and I don't want to do that. So instead, let me ask you this. In light of what you just said with regard to proposing an alternative model of black manhood than what is on display in the black manosphere currently, who do you see among black manosphere content creators that are problematic in their display of black masculinity that you take issue to?
Well, I don't talk about masculinity. I talk about manhood because they're not synonymous. So
all right, let me rephrase. Let me rephrase then. All right. Who do you see in the black manosphere by name that you see as problematic exemplars of black manhood that need to be challenged and or replaced?
So when you talk about exemplars of manhood, the way that I define manhood is that manhood is a system of order, protection, and direction that is expressed through institutions that are capable of meeting the vital needs of a community.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you who in the black manosphere. No, I asked you who in the black manosphere. Who in the black manosphere? Who in the black manosphere do you see as problematic exemplars of black manhood that you feel needs to be challenged and replaced?
So you did use it. You did use the word manhood in your question, right?
Yes, and I'm asking your name. I need names.
So you as an intelligent
give me names.
So you as an intelligent
give me names,
brother. I understand you have a Napoleon complex, but
no. We're not going to do that. You want to answer my question? Give me names.
You as an intelligent brother, are you?
Give me names.
All right. Hold on. Real quick. Everybody listen, okay? He's asking you something very specific. If you have a problem, stop it. Just stop. If you have a problem with the manosphere, I think what Obsidian is trying to accomplish is for you with laser accuracy explain exactly where and who that problem is and what are they saying that you find problematic. Otherwise, you're really not saying anything. It just turns into word salad if you can't be specific about where the problem is. Okay?
This nigga read a thesaurus before every stream on purpose.
That's what he's asking. That's what Obsidian is asking you. If we're going to continue this conversation, you have to answer the question that's not being, answer the question that's being asked. Don't just keep pontificating on all kind of other semi-related stuff. Like, answer his question directly so he can probably get to his next question.
Okay. The brother asked me a question using the term manhood. His question was in response to me saying that I'm here to show an alternative to the manhood that's currently on display. So when he asked the question and using the term, he's presupposing that his my definition of manhood are the same. I was explaining to him that they were not. I was giving him my definition.
We already understood.
And then we got your
okay, so now that we heard it, give the name, please, brother. We don't
We
need an
got your
explanation of your
definition.
explanation, nigga.
Yo,
God damn.
Okay,
affirmative energy this
okay,
brother
right here.
has is
Stop.
ridiculous.
Okay, we got your definition.
Yeah,
Now
so
that we
answering that
have your
question,
definition, what is your direct answer to Obsidian's question?
so my direct answer to that question is there is literally no man that I see presenting currently in the manhood that is an exemplar or holds up that definition of manhood.
But let me guess, you do, right? Let us guess, you do.
If I would have
Of
been
course.
able to further, if I would have been able to further explain the definition, manhood is not something that can be expressed through an individual male body. It's a collective term. Whenever you hear the
Oh my
term
fucking
hood,
God.
whenever you hear the term
How
hood,
did I get this
there's
Oh
far
wow,
in life
bro.
without
This
little
nigga here,
help?
more
bro.
than one.
Okay, so your
I mean, I'd
answer
rather speak
is
to the intellects over here.
no
Like
so
Obsidian,
your
Big Jess,
answer
Dr. T,
Brother,
I don't know,
is
the intellects over here is who I'd
so
rather deal with.
your answer is that no individual man can display manhood, only a
Yeah,
collective
which is
body
dumb as
of
fuck.
men, only a collective body of men can
Which is dumb
exhibit
as hell.
manhood.
Which is the dumbest shit that any person that claims to be smart could ever say out of their mouth.
What section of the department store was that hat in?
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be manhood if it?
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, that's
like,
the plural version, game changer. Thank you
Yeah.
for the very intelligent brother that somehow said a singular version of a word can't identify one person, but has encompassed a group. Yeah, brother, of course. Man, stop it, man. Why are we entertaining this damn clown? This motherfucking
It's getting
this
to
damn.
that, it's getting to that point where I gotta.
Well, Bernard, let me
I
say
like
this.
detractors.
Bernard,
I like
but Bernard, let me say
detractors,
this.
but it's not.
X put us on to something that we didn't know about. Again, brother, everybody wants to be, you know what I'm saying, a part of something, but every now and again they can't quite cut it. So what do? They become the arch nemesis and they study it and they break it down and they tell you where you messing up at and nobody meets the standard and all these other things, man. Shout out to X for that, because I never heard of this guy.
Real quick, wait a minute. Let me ask X
I
a
never.
question. Let me ask X a question. X, were you saying in that video? Did it sound like he was kind of
He put on the hat.
board?
He did a draft day, Bernard. He put on the Black Manosphere hat.
He was on board with the Manosphere.
Yeah, he wanted to be a part of the team, man. He couldn't make the cut.
Go ahead, X.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
No, wait. No. We want X. I don't want your word salad. I want X's
Pretty
direct
much.
answer.
What I saw was he was sitting there, and I don't even know how I ended up watching the brother. You know, I don't even know how that happened, but I saw the video, and he had two hats there, and I believe one was for the conscious community, and he said, "I choose the Black Manosphere." Put that hat on his head. Okay, he can stop me when I'm lying. He can stop me.
I'm not stopping you at all.
All right.
So hold on. So X, I was actually right. Hold on, X. So I'm actually right. This brother, hold on.
Oh shit!
This
nigga
brother
got on the Negro
went out.
Manosphere hat.
Yeah.
He went out and
The
paid
Poor
money
Man
to
Podcast,
make-
the Great Value Poor Man's Podcast XL, brother. Poor Man's Podcast is gonna be calling you, brother, because you still in his image. Yeah, that's why this nigga up here looking like Poor Man's Podcast, man.
That's what I
What's
saw.
going on here?
It was like a YouTube draft, and he put on the Negro Manosphere hat. That's what I saw.
All right,
I mean,
Obsidian, do you remember when you made the point that the Manosphere does not have honest critics and detractors?
I do.
I in good faith was hoping we had one. When Homeboy showed up, I really did.
But Bernard,
I'm convinced.
he's smart. He's got like 7 books behind him.
I think he said he wrote
and he clearly read the thesaurus before he turned his camera on. The brother, he has so many different words.
I'm not going to take that from him. I'm gonna say the brother is a well-spoken. Shout out to Zero. He got the soft nigga voice, but he's a well-spoken, articulate guy who has I'm just going to say a nice vocabulary. I'll give him that. I'll give him that.
I mean,
Poor Man's Podcast
sound like people sound like when they go on Judge Judy. So the antithesis of
all right. Well, Pablo's new on the panel. Pablo new to the panel. Go ahead, Pablo. You got it. We are 3 hours and 38 minutes in. We might be wrapping this thing up, even though the numbers are good. I should pull a damn marathon with the numbers looking good. But go ahead, Pablo. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna let the heavy hitters handle this, but to the brother, I will say this. Maybe you should have done a little more listening before speaking, and since you like sports analogies, you know, everybody want to be in the NBA. Everybody want to play in the league. But before you come, you know, shooting at Steph Curry and LeBron's shot, sometimes you got to play in the D League. And right now, bro, you look like you need to go play in the D League because, I mean, Obsidian, Game Changer, shouts out to Fantastic, who, you know, these guys, they sat and learned at the tutelage and the feet of other men before they just jumped up and started doing what they're doing. And they're very good at it. And you, my friend, you just thought you could go from high school to the pros, and it ain't looking too good. When you play this back, go home tonight, play this back, and listen to yourself.
I mean, the illustrious
I
poet
was very clear.
Sean Carter did say either you got a wicked jump shot or sell crack rock. So
I was very clear in my estimate that I was Neo going into the heart of Machine City. So
yeah, well,
as I was listening to Silent Lamont earlier speaking about like the Matrix analogies, because I used quite a few of my own yesterday during the analysis.
Yeah, go back and play this back. Look at the tape. The eye in the sky don't lie.
There's no need to, what I would ask. First of all, Brother Bernard, I appreciate you for even allowing me to come on and be a detractor and voice a different opinion. So, you know, shouts out to you for that. But, you know, to the folks like Obsidian, BGS, and the other Dr. TSN, you know, like I'm open to having this discussion. I don't think that this type of format will lend well to the type of discussion that needs to be had. But, you know, I'm open. I'm not trying to silence no voices, and I'm here to both listen but also to be heard.
All right.
So now,
everybody, go ahead, Game Changer.
Yeah. So now that we're off that, you know, extended cloud chase, I want to talk about what Keith Lamont was saying earlier about the negotiation.
All right.
Okay, so I think that it's imperative. Keith is right that they do send
donations. Donations.
Oh, my bad.
Donation.
All right.
He just pushed his donation button on purpose and said, "My bad, my bad."
I tell you, that dude's a clown, man. Pro,
all
like
right, I'm sending
everybody, nobody want to be manosphere, but everybody want to be manosphere. You know what I mean? Shout out to Paul Mooney, rest in peace. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. It's somehow how black men come in and speaking their mind is get the biggest critique outside of black women. These super fucking simps, bro.
Hey, fantastic. They hate us because they ain't us.
I just don't get it.
Well, fantastic. He doesn't actually want to be a part of the Black Manosphere. He wants to create his own thing using the audience of the Black Manosphere. He feels that if he could come to Bernard's and get, you know, a portion of however many people that's watching to join him and do whatever it is he's doing, then he would have done himself justice. So basically, he's just putting on a Black Manosphere cloak or hat in this particular case, you know, just to try to steal audience members. It's really that's what he's doing. Not
that business strategy is very prevalent in this.
But haven't we seen this done before? You know, I got to tell you.
That's how I'm able to recognize it.
Yeah, I feel like Tony Stark, man. I mean, you know, everybody wants the plans to the armor and try to recreate it with that disastrous results. You got Justin Hammer over here, he killed the man with one, and another guy over here, he blew up. I mean, you know, it's like, come on.
But can we all, like, you know, sharing this moment of time where Bernard Riley almost called somebody a motherfucker? You know, it's like when Captain America curses. You know?
Hey, I did almost cuss him out, man.
Language.
I almost cussed him out. I mean, I cuss on my show, but I normally don't cuss nobody out. He almost got cussed out.
Yeah, man. That was
real quick. That shit was funny.
But nah, man. Like y'all said, man, it's crazy. And I told y'all, or we talked about this a while back at City, and you guys got to start paying attention to these people that, you know, attach themselves to the manosphere, and then all of a sudden the manosphere is the worst thing ever. But they want to linger and hang around the manosphere and criticize the manosphere, but can't make the cut to be in the manosphere. And I don't know, man. But again, like you said, man, when you have something that's of this magnitude and is actual, and we black men, people gonna fall out, people gonna cuss each other the fuck out, disagree, whatnot, what have you. But ultimately, man, like you said, there's a goal here for where the black man is in fucking control. That's the most part. Obsidian said the most out of. If you guys don't take anything out of this, Obsidian was on the platform of a white dude, respected, pretty big dude or whatever, and the white dude said something to him, and he had the fucking wherewithal to understand. He said, "Well, damn, you know what? Shit, why would I look to this white man to fix something for me when I can make my own shit and fix my own shit?" And that's what we've been doing here ever since the little minute I've been here. And like, I don't see how any black man can have an issue or problem with that.
All right. Yeah, so once again, he successfully derailed the conversation.
Yes.
The moment I mentioned negotiation, he hit the donation button, just as a distractor to it. And now we're talking about something else. That's kind of what people like that do. So on the negotiation front, I think that it's a good thing that he did that and that many people are doing that. So we can see how important it is to the simps and the sisterhood as far as distracting from the talk of negotiation. Right now, black men are the perfect market group. We pay what we're told to pay for anything. And the way black women see it is that's a good thing, because for so long, black men have said stuff like, oh, she's a single mother, that's okay. Oh, she's overweight, that's okay. I will pay with everything that I have and risk half of everything that I have in order to get whatever is offered to me at the time. Now, we weren't actually born this way. This took over 50 years of conditioning to make us this way, to where we just take what's given from women, from anybody, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now that we're at this point, and now that they're actually willing, because they're not actually coming back to negotiate at this point. What they're doing is they're coming back to offer themselves in exchange for whatever they tell you to give of yourself. Once black men start negotiating, once we start critically examining and demanding what we want from black women, not just temporarily and not just superficially, but long-term and indefinitely, then it's going to be a problem. And there's always going to be people who want to silence the talk of negotiation chronically. There's always going to be that. So that's all I have to say about that.
GC, that reminds me when you're in the military and you go to the PX and they tell you you're saving money because you're not paying taxes, but they mark up the damn thing $20 to save you $5 in taxes, so you're paying $10 more.
Wait a minute.
It's always how you sell it.
They screw y'all over in the Army. We get a 20% discount, buddy. It's like 20% off the regular price and tax free. But the Army got all the money.
So is the Army difference in that regard? Because I did go to like field trips when I was in the Boy Scouts to the Naval Supply Center in Oakland, and it was cheaper.
Must be. Yeah, must be. Like all my shit cheaper and tax free.
They like y'all. You an Air Force, you good. Us the Marines, bro, they fuck us, bro.
Damn. I didn't know that, but yeah, it was cheaper. I remember getting.
He is right about a Marine exchange. The Marines don't really, they just tax free. They don't really get no discounts. But Navy exchange, you usually get like a at least a 10, if not 20% discount.
Yeah, we always go all posting at our shit. So yeah.
Well, y'all should negotiate. Like the Army should negotiate.
They got too much money. They got that too much guaranteed money, man. They need that. They need it back.
All right. One thing that was happening. Wait, hold on. Like X, did I hear you trying to jump in, X? Before I was about to ask Obsidian a question, but were you trying to jump in and say something?
I was just gonna say that, when you get people like this coming around, it doesn't help, because I don't know if he was sent or if he's just on some solo kamikaze mission. I don't know. But people like this are like people standing outside of a nightclub, right? A nightclub that they can't get into. So what they do is they stand in a parking lot and tell you what's wrong with the club. The drinks are watered down. There's no nice looking women in there, et cetera, et cetera. And that's how he kind of struck me, as that kind of guy standing outside the club telling you how bad the inside of the club is. So,
how you gonna hate from outside the club?
Sorry, right quick, fantastic. What he wants to do, brother Xavier, is he wants to get inside the club so he can complain about those things. That's why he's on the show, and every second he spent on the show, it was to complain and saying, "Oh, I like the club, but I'm in here talking about the nuts are too salty, or I'm in here saying that the drinks are watered down." And then after all that, he's going to say, "By the way, I have my own club." So,
Yeah.
and that's why I
Yep.
didn't want to
Yep.
understand.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, no, that's
Hit the
accurate.
nail on the head with that
That's
one. There it
very
is.
accurate. He said, hold on. He said, if the manosphere
GC for the
isn't willing to discuss manhood virtues at a ground level, that's a problem. No, it's not that the manosphere isn't willing to discuss that. The manosphere does discuss that. He was talking about it from basically a gaslighting view that you can't. You're basically saying you're not properly talking about manhood unless it's some collective type of thing where
And his own, and
Go
more
ahead.
importantly, Bernard, his own personal made up definition. This isn't
Yeah.
a Webster definition. This isn't a thing. This is something that he manufactured and made himself. That's where he gets to determine who does and who doesn't meet the criteria. Listen, man, we seen this
But
I don't
hold
know
on, and
how many times,
more
bro.
important. Hold on, but I think more important than that, that's a way of making the problem so big to where it really can't be fixed. Like that's a way to just gaslight
Yeah, because he
indefinitely.
can ever change it. He can always change the definition, Bernard. This will happen when you let people change the definition of words and things and whatnot, what have you. We see this in like real life now, gender, sex, and all these different things. That's where people get to blur the lines of definitions and make them their own. What do you get to do? You just get to keep on adding on to it or subtracting for it in order to keep it to where you're in control and power. So
Yeah,
again, man, shout out to X.
and we used to have this phrase back in the 80s that was real popular. It was called "Who the fuck is you?" Like, why everybody think we got to be explaining this shit to them? Like there's someone who has to sit on and has to be convinced of someone. Who the fuck is you?
Because it's something impactful, and everybody, like I said, people want to talk shit about it and say what it is and what it ain't. But I swear to God, man, how many funerals are we on Obsidian for the Manosphere? How many times the Manosphere been dead, Obsidian, just like the 2 years I've been here?
Oh yeah,
You keep count
every
because the
week.
Manosphere done died. Yeah, the Manosphere is better than Lazarus, nigga. This shit wake
Yeah.
up at least like every other week.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know, man. But people that don't like it still come here. Shout out to them. People that see problems with it and issues and what it is, what it ain't, still talk about it. And hey man, it is what it is. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, you remember
Bernard, you
he
want to ask me a
chose
question?
the team.
Oh no,
He
yeah.
chose the team.
What I was about to ask you, it was really pertaining to something, and like Jason Black says this all the time. I don't know if you've heard him saying it, so you can either respond to that or you can respond directly to what the guy that was just on was trying to.
Yeah.
Omawali, yeah, you can respond to what he was essentially trying to say is that the black manosphere is ultimately being led by the hand, damn near, by the white manosphere. We go to them to get we got to go to them to find out what it is that we supposed to be saying and all of that. Like I wanted to throw that to you because you had you've most experience. You was right there at ground zero practically with the white manosphere, and so go ahead.
Well, I mean, both of these guys. Since you mentioned his name, I'll go ahead and say it. I don't think much of Jason Black. I just don't. I think he's talented.
Definitely.
He's got a radio voice to die for, no doubt. But as far as his ideas, I mean, he's full of puffery and empty rhetoric. And there is a through line between him and Omawali. I'm gonna get to that in a second. But to go to your question, Bernard, it's interesting that neither one of these guys have laid out a definitive case. Okay, if we get our talking points from the black manosphere, make the case, lay it out for us, show us.
Does it matter? Like, so what if it matters?
Hang on.
It was a two-part question. Go ahead.
Hang on. If the argument is that we got, because see, your question, Game Changer, speaks to something that these guys, basically what they're saying is the black manosphere is illegitimate.
Yes.
That's really what they're getting at. It's illegitimate. So my thing is, okay, if we're illegitimate, show us how and why. And neither one of them have done that. I've heard Jason Black spew this nonsense for over a year, and him, going after Kevin Samuels because he's butthurt that Kevin Samuels got on and he hasn't, even though he's been around for a gazillion years because he won't show his face. I mean, come on. And, Omawali, the thing that I want to get with that is this. Philadelphia has a unique place in Black American history that I'm not sure other Black Americans around the country may be aware of. There's a gentleman by the name of Maulana Karenga. Here in Philadelphia, him and others created Kwanzaa. They also spearheaded what will become the Afrocentric movement. Another gentleman by the name of Molefi Kete Asante founded the Pan-African Studies Department in the Afrocentricity movement at Temple University. Black Philadelphia is kind of like ground zero for the pro-black conscious community, and black men in particular in that community. Okay, they talk a mean game, lots of word salad, and produce nothing. Case in point, North Philly's own Dr. Umar Johnson. Case in point. See, what I was going to go with Omar Wiley is, since you and I are both from Philly, let me ask you, what you're talking about these new paradigms and all the rest. What has it produced? What has it actually produced? How is black people in Philadelphia better as a result of what you guys have done? Show me. I'm willing to be persuaded. If you can show me a better model, I'll follow you. Me, Kevin, O'Shea, Bernard, we are based on performance. We're not based on ideology. Brother Xavier is another one. We're based on performance. If you could show us a better model that performs better, we'll go in that direction. We're not based on ideology. We're based on performance. That's how we roll. So if you got a better idea, you can make a better mousetrap, I'm with you. But these guys haven't produced it. I addressed this in the book of Obsidian. Bernard knows what I'm talking about, but I have a whole chapter devoted to it called the pro-black game. And don't make no mistake about it. It is a game. It is. I know it well. I grew up here. I know these guys. I've been through ASCAC. Look it up. ASCAC. Look it up. It's an acronym that stands for the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization. Listen, man, I've been through all of that stuff in the late 80s, early 90s. I read all the books, Chancellor Williams and George G. Jackson and Francis Quest Welsing and Yosef Ben Yakin. I've done the whole thing. Been there, done that. Got the T-shirt with the African symbol on and all the rest of it. Listen, I've done all that. I know these guys. They're full of crap. Period. They haven't done anything better for anybody other than themselves.
And let me just interject on that, brother Obsidian. Let me piggyback off of what you said. Even though, okay, fine, you have all these people standing outside of the building talking about what's so bad inside the building. If it's so bad, fine, it's bad. All right, it's not good for anybody. Fine. Why is your black ass still hanging around this building, peeping in the
trying
window?
to get in? Jesus, thank you, X. Just go build your own shit. If it's that bad, bro, stop trying to get in and go build your own.
Well, I mean, I already explained why they want to get into the club. I mean, so they can do just that and build their club based on that. I mean, what I don't like is how much attention we've given this guy. Like, even when he's gone, we're still talking about him. I tried to change the subject, but we're still on this dude. Like, I can't explain it.
Well, for the record, I'm explaining something different. I'm explaining the root of that type of thinking, where it came from. And I'm not proud to say, as a native homeboy of Philly, I'm not proud to say that it started here. I'm not proud of that. There's a very good book that you guys might want to check out that really gives a much greater background on this. It's called Black Brothers Incorporated by Patrick Griffin. Black Brothers Incorporated. I'll get the link from Amazon and post it in the chat room for those reading along. It's called Black Brothers Incorporated by Patrick Griffin. He used to be a Philly cop. Now he's a academic studying criminology and all the rest of it. He gives an excellent breakdown of the Black Mafia and where they came from, which, to be brutally frank, was the Nation of Islam locally. Gives an excellent breakdown of all that and how it got its tentacles into Philadelphia government. It ends with the reign of John Street and his organization down at City Hall. He was the mayor at the time, and how the FBI was investigating the whole lot of them. Many of them went to jail. Black Brothers Incorporated, powerful book. I know many of the people mentioned in the book.
Well, what I'm saying, Obsidian, is that we're having a conversation constantly that we wouldn't have if it wasn't for this dude. We're completely off topic. Like, all the progress that we were making from previous conversations is gone now. And everything, no matter no matter who tries to bring it back to whatever the topic was before, it still comes back to him. We have to not let that happen.
Well, I don't think it's about him. Like if we was talking about
no, but it's a conversation that we're having that we wouldn't have had if it wasn't for him.
No, that part is true, but if late in the show, if some ideas were thrown on the table and we're responding to those ideas, I understand. And when we see the play on somebody like that, it's best not to promote. But the ideas were thrown on the table, and if those ideas are more interesting at the moment than whatever we was talking about, we will riff on that for a little bit. That's more or less going to happen from time to time. But I understand
more than a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not down to promote him. Like he more than likely won't get access again.
Hell, Bernard, that nigga promoted himself. He dropped the Patreon, he dropped a book, he dropped the essay. I think he got a bag of chips. That nigga did hella free promo, bro.
I like a genuine detractor. I mean, let's just face it. We brought up you bring a detractor on your show, the views go up, the super chats go up. It's good for your channel, it's good entertainment, and it's informative and educational when somebody come up and they're giving, or at least trying to give, legitimate pushback. But it did get to a point where his pushback wasn't legitimate. Everything that was said, he figured out a way to try to promote something that he's done. Like it just got goofy. And we
how many bad, dishonest in Malafide critics have we had now? Aaron Fountain, the one brother that was the black feminist, I can't remember his name right now. You know what I'm talking about, Bernard. He was on your show.
Misogyny War. You know that Misogyny War dude.
Not him. The other.
Oh, you talking about Paco the pillow biter?
Right. So that's 3. Now we got this brother here. That's 4. So that's at least 4 that we've had so far.
Yeah. And yeah, Misogyny War called into Tanya TKO's show
and gave her $200.
And he said he represents the manosphere. That's what he said.
What?
No. Yeah, he did that.
Oh, you dirty motherfucker.
Something tells me that Tanya didn't have any problem taking money from the so-called manosphere.
Oh no,
I didn't see that
part. I just watched the early part of their conversation, the back and forth that they had, and
so that's what people was talking about. Okay, so he was the dude, because I never saw it, and he was saying, yeah, y'all had some dude, Tiny TKO destroyed that guy, or whatever. I'm like, who the hell are you talking about? Who the hell went on Tiny TKO? That's what I was.
It was some dude that we damn near.
Oh, come on,
he was blocked on my channel for a while. We damn near kicked him out of the manosphere, and then I think eventually I unblocked him and let him come back up, and I talked to him again. But he'd have been kicked in and out of the manosphere.
And you know what was interesting about the one brother, and I know Game Changer expresses a sentiment, and I'm going to tie it back to what was the original topic, which was Mr. Ryan Davis going after Kevin Samuels by proxy, is this. What was interesting in our heated exchange, where I demanded that he name names, and he started going to his food, his word salad. I don't know if anybody caught it. He said that I was suffering from a Napoleon complex.
I heard it. Yeah.
Now, here is Mr. Afrocentric. Blackity black, I'm so black. Look how black I am. Mentioning a white reference, a white bigoted reference that got its start in the UK. See, they used that as propaganda against Napoleon. He was the Emperor of France. And they used that as propaganda against him. Napoleon was the regular height of a man at that time, which was about 5'7" or so. But they used propaganda to make him even shorter than that. So here
he said that setting for your ass, but he said that because wait a minute. He said that because Napoleon took his ass to Haitian and got his ass kicked. That's why he said it to you.
Excuse me.
Well, you can explain all you want to, but I have a right to explain what he was trying to say.
You don't have a right to be rude.
Okay, I'm sorry. I do apologize for that.
So it's interesting that, and I'm tying this back to the incident Paco with you, Bernard. You recall that Paco, the black male feminist, there was a point in an exchange where he called one of your panelists a F word.
Yeah, the F word that rhymes with maggot. Yeah.
Now, that's completely off color for somebody who's supposed to be so progressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here we have Mr. Blackity Black, I'm so black, using the white man's propaganda against another black man because he got on the hot seat and he couldn't take it. Interesting.
Right. Yeah, no, that's an interesting point. J Speed in the building. Go ahead. Now you got the floor, J Speed.
And I did apologize. He was correct. I know when I'm wrong. I don't have a problem saying when I'm wrong. I do apologize. I did interrupt him. Y'all heard one thing and I heard another since Arcidia, since you was so eloquent in explaining how the black movement and the black pro-black and all.
Arcidia over here, Arcidia Hall here.
Yeah, Arcidia Hall. He know I don't do it just because.
I'm messing with you, OG. You know I'm messing with you, OG. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. But anyway, what I want to say is, man, most of all them guys you named out, once you tell the rest of the story, most of them died penniless. They gave their whole life and they dedicated their whole life. And the ones you were talking about, and even the one you was talking about, is in jail. So let's don't make it seem like that these brothers was running down to the bank, filling up a goddamn bank account. Let's just let that be on the table. That's number one. There are some people who do things not for the money. They do it for the people. And it might not be the way you would do it. It might not even be the way that you think they should do it. But we as black people, we have a right to have different opinions and different approaches to what we consider the problem. And for all you, I ain't gonna do like Bernard, I'm gonna hold my breath. For all you people think the goddamn internet is not free, YouTube is free. You know, it's free. People can go where the fuck they want to go at. All right? They can go when and where they want to, wherever they want to. Until you own a platform, it's free. All right? So get that out of your head.
What you talking about? What you talking about?
People I'm just saying that when y'all thinking people can't go in different channels or go into different places.
They can. No.
I'm just saying, but what I'm saying is we put that out there. See, y'all always talking about people gaslight. There's a lot of goddamn gaslighting done over here. Every day.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I think you're referring to us saying not dealing with him or not letting him in a space. Yeah, he could pull up on any channel and listen. I cannot.
Yeah, you're right.
And not entertain them, but no, it's open to the public. That's probably the best way.
But what I was saying more than anything, Bernard, was when you say a person don't have a right, if you don't like a place, let me tell you something. That's one thing that the pro-blacks have always did. We went where the fight is. We go where it needs the most help. We like the fucking doctor. We don't take the motherfucker who got a finger and got a little pin stuck in his finger. We take the people who got a heart attack. We go right into the beast and the belly, and however you want to see it. And I think it's good for a shake up. I would prefer what was not happening here. It reminded me of when Dr. Francis West went on Donahue show back in the 70s. That's what this whole thing reminded me of today. And I go back and I look at that so many times, and I look where we at today, and I see a lot of things that she spoke about and talked about. We're right there in the quicksand of it now. And a lot of people look like her and look like me and look like some of the people on this panel rejected her then, and a lot of you still rejected her, rejected her now. Just because you don't, it's not part of your prescription, you don't feel like it don't affect you, don't mean it's not out there affecting other people. And sometimes you be thinking things ain't affecting you, but it really is affecting you. So that's just the way I look at it. I mean, y'all say that, that you the black manosphere. Well, when you use black people, it remind me of the slogan, Black Lives Matter. Like somebody owned that. Who owned that? Nobody owns that. Anytime you put black and you put black people, I understand the patent, Mr. Fantastic. But anytime you put black people and you use us as a whole, or you use us as men's or whatever, you can no longer own that. I mean, the only thing you can own here is when you go in something synthetic and you invent it in a laboratory. Anything natural, anything that was already here, you can't own. That's why herbalists cannot own patents on their formulas. So y'all got to be, I think I mean I give
men's?
you shout out, Bernard. You let all types of people on your panel. Your show is a little different. But if you think that brother was coming in here to dig in dirt and start to act like like we act in these channels, because most of it is entertaining, he wasn't gonna do that. He wasn't gonna let y'all flip him like that. And any one of y'all think y'all can handle that brother one on one? I don't think you can. Any one of you. I don't think you can.
Stop it.
And I'm just and I ain't gaslighting. I'm talking about a good one on one. Wait a minute. I'm talking about a good one on one. Y'all would have a hell of more time when you got 15 people busting in, taking from one level to the next level. Because I'm gonna tell you something about that brother. If you listen to the way he's talking, he used the same thing y'all use on me. When you start using words, he breaks the words down. That's what he do to y'all, and y'all can't take it. Y'all can take it when y'all do it to other people, but y'all. I'm not talking about you specifically, Bernard. I'm not talking about you specifically.
That's called filibustering, and again, just
you can call it whatever you do, Mr. Vantas. You have matter of fact, you win an award on that one. So let's just be honest. Come on, Fantastic. Sometimes you go in. Come on, Fantastic. You go in sometime, man. I see you going on a person, and you go in for like 10 minutes, man. Come on.
Yes,
you are the architect of filibustering sometime. Come on, let's just be honest.
That's all exactly. I know.
And you be on point. I'm not saying you don't be on point. I'm not saying you're not well studied. I'm not saying none of you brothers are not well studied. But what I'm trying to say is that sometimes it's good to have a shake-up. Sometimes it is good to have a shake-up. Because sometimes you can get in your own way. Sometimes you can't move yourself out of the way, and you can't advance because you think your advancement that you have at the moment, you are having it, but you know there's so much more we need to grow. And sometimes shake-up is okay. I mean, I learned a lot from you, brothers. Look, I can't. I don't know another brother.
I don't know about.
OG. Let me ask you this. Are you subscribed to that dude?
No, just first time I ever seen him.
Will you subscribe to him?
I will go over there and check out his channel. I will go over there. I give everybody a chance.
The point. Now we see why he came here.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying. I don't care who. Game changer. When I seen you, I disagreed with 90% of the stuff you were saying, but I came on the channel, checked out the channel. I came over to support your channel. See, that's the difference between me and a lot of other people. I can dislike what a person's saying, but if I thought they have any minute chance of changing somebody's mind into a positive, I'm going to go support their channel, even though I might disagree with 90% of the things they're saying. And everybody can tell you that.
But he came right in.
I don't think
he came right in insulting people, man.
Yeah, he came in and said red pills filled with semen, and I don't think. I mean, when you said,
I understand that.
When you said the thing about most people wouldn't be able to go one on one with him, I didn't hear nothing he said that really meant anything. Like
I understand, Bernard. I understand, Bernard, but
he wasn't saying shit.
I understand that. I understand it, but I think Accuses has been around. Has been around a long time, and I know he has been. That's why he got the name he got. I know he's been around a long time, but he and maybe in the back chat would tell you differently. But let me just move on from what you just said. What you just said.
Hold on, wait. X was trying to jump in. I cut him off. Go ahead, X.
No, only thing I was saying is that, he came right in insulting people, insulting the whole ideal of what's done over here. And this is after he did his little YouTube manosphere a self-signed draft. So I mean, if you're going to sit on your channel and say, oh, I'm choosing the Negro Manosphere, and then you come over here, you're allowed to come on someone's page, and the first thing you do is come right in here insulting people. Right?
I understand that, X. I understand that, but you don't understand.
He came in bad faith, man.
Okay, listen to this, X. Me and you been around for a while, Mr. X.
Yes, you and I talk on the phone.
And you don't heard this before. There was a preacher who sold one of his deacons a mule. And the preacher told him that the mule was a great mule. Listen to everything, and he's a good plier. And the goddamn deacon went to the farm, the next day and try to make the damn mule ply. The mule wouldn't do shit. It wouldn't do nothing at all. He got back to the preacher on Sunday morning and said, look here, preacher, I know you didn't lie to me. You're a man of God. You're a man of the cloth. But that mule you sold me that can't do nothing. And the preacher told him, hey, look here. After church, I'm going to come over. So he came over to the man's house. He jumped in the fence, picked up a 2x4, and hit that damn mule across the goddamn head. And the man said, hey, look, man, that's my mule now. You can't kill him. He said, no, I ain't going to kill that mule. I just wanted to get his attention. Sometimes people do things to get your attention. That's an old story, so I know Mr. X, he know about that story right there. Sometimes people do things to get your attention, to get in what they're trying to say.
Wait. What's the rest of the story? What happened after he knocked the hell out of the mule with the
No. Okay, but I guess you see this again, Mr. Fantastic. You missed it. Again, you missed it. He told the man that he was not trying to kill the mule. He was just trying to get his attention. So it took for the preacher to crack the mule upside the head to make him understand, you go listen. So that is the story.
I get it. Fantastic. Listen. Fantastic.
He'll never get it because he's over there. He's a soldier. He don't get stuff like that. You got to put a gun in his head and show him a target. You got to put a gun in his head and show him a target before he gets shit like that.
All right. I'll explain it right quick. So fantastic. See, you probably don't get it because you're a seaman, but the moral of the story is Romulus.
Yeah, because back in Rome,
don't forget Remus. Don't forget Remus.
No, Remus died. Romulus killed Remus, and the moral of that story is Gnaeus. You see, you don't have to make Gnaeus is their father, by the way. It don't have to make sense. It really don't. Like when you're talking like pro-black and hotepism, it doesn't have to make sense. You just got to say stuff and continue to say stuff.
Never drunk any beer. 62 years I've been on this planet, brother. Go tell your joke somewhere else.
Okay, so now you got to explain to us why you talk the way you talk.
Hey, I don't have to explain anything, shiny head. If I had to explain anything, because explain why you can't take some of that goddamn super chat and get you some shit foundation and won't keep your ass from shining. Get that shit off your head. I don't want you looking bad.
I ain't want to interrupt you, but you said men's like 2 times.
Well, you know I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say a lot of shit.
You be putting S.
Hey. You mean the Black Manosphere can only people can come up with quotes and words. As much as shit y'all come up with, man, y'all should never say anything about any goddamn bit. And none of you talk like a motherfucker over there across the pond in the first place.
You don't be coming up with some phrases.
No, I come up with them phrases.
No, they just come out of you. You don't.
No. See, I can tell. Hey, Bernard, I can tell you never been in my channel. I speak the way I speak when I'm comfortable. But if you come on my channel when I'm speaking the way you want me to speak, I can speak that way, brother. I work in the industry for 35 years. I understand how to speak. I'm just comfortable over here with you. So if you start hearing me sounding like I come from Princeton, you better watch out. I'm coming with some bullshit.
OG, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
Are you E40's father?
Say what?
Are you E40's father?
No, sir.
Okay.
Why did you ask him that?
Because they both have their own language.
And don't we all?
Do
anybody on this panel right now speak the King James English?
No, that's true.
Okay, do white people here speak the King James? Wait a minute, let me finish. Since you asked the question, I got a couple of them I'm going to come at you with. Okay. Again, Mr. Fantastic, I was asking Game Changer. See, this is why. You don't need to help me out, brother. I haven't got more shit than you ever know.
You said
so let's just get with that. Okay.
Hold on, now you's a Muslim.
You heard what I said? Since you can't. Yeah, wait. I don't need you to help me, man. I've been on this goddamn planet 62 years. What the hell I need you to help me for? You know how I search. You know how. Wait a minute. You know how I search in these goddamn things. I said the King's language. Do anybody in America? James. Okay, I'm sorry, King James too. That motherfucker was funny too. So anybody here speak the King's language, white or black?
I damn sure don't.
Okay, then. So we should cut that out. Even fucking with people. Until we start speaking like, I think I had a spotted tea this morning. Until we start speaking like that, leave other people dialect and vernacular alone.
Well, can I get a shameless plug for you, OG? Before I get out
Wednesday night, bring your ass on over there.
Wednesday night, y'all can catch more of this on the old TPOT YouTube page. Wednesday night, the OGJ Speed will be squaring off in the digital squared circle. And brother,
who is he going against?
AJ. He will be squaring off against AJ
Star Talk Radio.
Red.
Oh, AJC and Red.
No. AJC and Red.
That's AC.
Chi-town,
okay,
brother.
AJC and Red. Okay, cool. Shout out
Yeah, some baby brother.
And also, brother Wally, I believe it is. I believe you challenged brother Obsidian to a debate as well. You are also welcome to hit me up, and we can set that up, being that I got a lot of debates under my belt, and that's where brothers come to do rhetorical battle. Hit me up, brothers. Properthethought@yahoo.com. That's properthethought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com.
Hey, Bernard, I want to do a one-on-one with you being the moderator with ARC or KLC, whatever. The brother with the dating coach shit. I want to do it because there's a bunch of bullshit going on in these goddamn dating coaches, and I need to, put them on the tap dance.
If ARC is down,
I know he here. He gonna come over and screaming and hollering in a minute. He heard me.
You gotta say his name. You gotta say his name 2 more times.
KFC, whatever,
PLC.
Magnum Box. I don't know. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Brother Kerry. I just called him Brother Kerry.
STP.
That ain't even right. It's Curry. You said
Curry.
You
You know,
said
y'all.
Curry.
Tomato. Shit. It's gonna come out the way. But I like to do because I think there's a lot of. I think this is not to derail the conversation, but I think there's a lot of bullshit going on with this dating. And you 35, 40 years old, you don't know how to get no pussy. You don't need a damn dating coach. You know what I mean? You need a fucking doctor. But I think there's a lot of bullshit going on with these dating coaches. They don't took the shit too far. It was good when it first started off, but they don't took the shit too far. You know what I mean? The shit just too out of hand. You got men believing they need you to hold their hand and read 15 books. You know what I mean? When your dick get hard and your nuts get heavy, it's gonna point you in the right place. So, I mean, all this bullshit that they try to tell people is a bunch of bullshit. So I need to talk to him because he don't flip-flop a couple times with me and him. I had conversation about his appearance. He know he was a nice-looking dude and women were with him. He ain't had to have no money. And no homo. No homo. But what I'm just saying is, some of these guys, back in the day, in the 70s, when they were light-skinned, girls wanted their hair for their babies and all that. So he got the benefit of being a nice-looking dude. But then, if he looked like Flavor Flav, he wouldn't have written that goddamn book. That book wouldn't have been the same.
All right.
The struggle.
All right. So have him. I want to do a one-on-one with him.
We gon'
Y'all light-skinned niggas are done. We never getting it back. Never.
We're leaving it there. Sorry, ARC.
Hey, fantastic. We'll grill on that one.
I just got
yes, indeed.
Real
Yes,
quick. ARC, I apologize for the slander that.
Oh, it wasn't no slander.
I just want to ask OG a final question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Did you just compare someone's genitals to a dowsing rod by point you in the right
direction? You point. I mean, come on now. Look. I'm gonna say this one more thing, but now look here. You got birds, animals. Ain't now one of them ever went to no dating coach. Ain't never went to read no book. They know where to stick their shit at. We make this shit like it's rocket science or something. You know what I mean? We got people thinking that they're inferior with their own goddamn private parts. So we need to stop this shit. It ain't no rocket science. A motherfucker usually discover himself about 11, 12 years old in the bathtub or in the shower. Only thing he had to be done at that point is point that motherfucker in the right direction. He already know he got a pistol. He know he should be shooting at a target. That's all he need to know. Okay, that's the one. With the breast. Yeah, okay. That's it. All that other shit y'all trying to put in these little brothers' head is running them crazy. If they stay off that goddamn Pornhub, Cause most of the motherfuckers they fucking with over there. I mean, I've been in situations when I was younger. I've been sloppy seconds, but you on that Pornhub, your ass is sloppy a million. And some of them women you masturbating on, them motherfuckers dead. There's some old videos. So, you know, you got a bunch of bullshit going on.
Hey,
wait a minute.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Time out. Hold on, real quick. Hey, I was listen, I'm not gonna tell y'all what I type into the search engine on those sites, but I did stumble across some 90s porn. I was looking at it, and it did pop in my head like, I bet these chicks dead.
Wait a minute.
Didn't affect my arousal. Anyway, go ahead, Game Changer.
No. I mean, what's wrong with engaging in rigorous masturbation with a woman who is now dead? I mean, you're not hold on. You're not looking at the corpse and rubbing it out. No, you're looking at her best and thinking like, you know, oh, if I was 100 years younger, I would tear that up. You know who was fine when she was young? Betty White. She was bad as hell. You know, and it's nothing wrong if you take, even though she's like 102 now, if you want to look at Betty White's pinup, you know, stuff and say that's some good masturbation, what's wrong with that?
Hey, dang, Game Changer.
Game Changer's got a Farrah Fawcett photo on his wall still.
Yeah.
I mean, got the Farrah Fawcett poster.
Marilyn Monroe.
It does matter, Game Changer.
Matter. But if you want to take like an old,
I know you've been facetious, Game Changer.
No. If they're dead now, if the picture, like you captured the picture or the drawing or whatever at their best.
But right, I'm just saying, at the time that you were doing the Game Change, that's like looking at your damn sister and saying, I wish she wasn't my sister and I would do it. You know, it's a great imagination when a motherfucker's dead and you still can get there and you know, and get your willy out. You know what I mean? And you know she's dead.
No, I don't care. Like, no, I'm saying you're masturbating to the picture now. You're masturbating to the video now. You know, like that's. Like how many women have like JFK or Tupac fantasies?
Just tell me where you at. I'm keep all my family members away from you. Tell me where you at.
Keep the I just bullshit. You make a good point, GC. I do know a woman who still got a. I know a woman who still got a thing for Tupac. Like she like yeah. I think that's that's what she masturbates.
Yeah, so to get back to what Game Changer was trying to do was to veer the ship back on. So there's a connection between Ryan Davis and the previous situation that we was dealing with, and that connection is pretty obvious at this point. That connection is these are black men who have a problem. Mr. Fantastic was right. These are black men who have a problem with other black men. Read us, the black manosphere, airing our grievances with black women. That's really what it all boils down to. Whether Ryan Davis is pro-black or not, he's in the same ideological vein as the previous gentleman and others that we have fielded in the black manosphere, you know, up to present. These are black men who have a problem with black men, read the black manosphere, in organized, or you could say semi-organized, depending on your point of view, organized effort to have our voices heard, and much of the discussion focuses on our pointed critiques of black women, their behavior, their appearance, their stewardship of the home, of their care of children, their sexual conduct, their performance with regard to the job and the home, and of course with regard to their stewardship of the community. You'll recall in the previous conversation, one of the critiques mentioned was that the black manosphere just wants to talk about the gynocracy and so on and so forth. So that's really what Ryan Davis and these other gentlemen, that's their real problem. They just don't come out and say it. Their real problem is they have a problem with the black manosphere critiquing and saying bad things about black women. They don't interrogate whether the arguments, whether the charges are true or accurate. They just don't like it because you're talking about my mama.
Yeah,
true.
No, I agree.
I agree with that. And I think he need both sides of the. I mean, even though I'll listen to that brother, but I think he needs to shake up too, and that's what I'm saying. that, you know, I can listen to both. Because when it's all, you know, all said and done, I think you were saying the same thing, Asidia. I think you were saying that in the end of the day, black men and black women go have to have that discussion. I always respect you for that. That's a good analogy of where the whole situation, looking at the whole situation, you always say, in the end of the day, we go have to have that discussion.
Exactly, and that's why I keep pointing out how every time we talk about that discussion that we're going to have, you know, we're constantly interrupted or misdirected. That discussion is going to be a negotiation. Now, what we're here to tell brothers is what the boomer generation, no offense to you, OG, but what previous generation has negotiated in the past, that contract is out. That whole, you know, women with several kids is going to get a man with no kids, you know, that makes six figure, which they got in previous generation. That contract is out. It's time
That's
to
an old car.
renegotiate.
That's an old car. I agree along with you in that game, James.
Yeah.
That's an old car.
Yeah, that contract is out. We no longer are going to offer those terms and conditions. You know, now what we will offer and what we will get is subject to, like I said, negotiation, and it's on a case by case thing. But we're not going to take these extraordinary, you know, these extraordinarily one-sided negotiation deals because slavery happened or because black men feel some type of shame about our, you know, socioeconomic position relative to others in this country, or whatever you try to do to induce shame. We're not going to take that anymore. We're willing to have that conversation, but we have to say what's going to be a reasonable negotiation.
Yeah.
A game changer. Wait a minute. Before we go into Forest City, Pablo, I really don't take any advice from any man. Don't feel like there's any good black women in the United States. I just don't take advice from people like that. I already know you have agenda, and that's your agenda, and you have the right to have it. All right. So keep your comments to yourself, bro.
Right. I don't think that's Pablo's position, but
that is his position. I look. I don't care. I listen to the intent what a man says, and I don't heard him enough to know that is his position.
All right.
Going back to
the
Temple Mount. Man. Yeah, we don't need any references to the Temple Mount when we're trying to have this conversation with black women. That the Temple Mount, Agamemnon, the Homer, Achilles, you know, we don't need to talk about Chaucer's, you know, Canterbury Tales. You know, Game Changer's right. I've noticed this too. Every time we try to, he's on to something here. Every time we try to have that type of conversation with black women in varying forms, somebody tries to derail it. I've noticed somebody tries to derail it. You know, they bring in all these odd references, you know, Romulus and Remus. What is this, Star Trek?
We found out today. We found out today that the white manosphere started in Rome some 3,000 years ago. That's what homeboy literally tried to sit there and say.
Yeah.
What would you say started?
That's why Rome.
No, where would you say it started?
Not in Rome.
Where you think you started though?
On the internet, fairly recently.
No. The term itself, but the behavior.
Yes.
Where would you say the behavior started at, Bernard?
What behavior?
I can answer that question.
Go ahead, Game Changer. You know you can do it. You know what? I'm impressed with you today. You are really taking your time and taking. Oh, well, that was Edward, who takes a long time to explain himself. But go ahead, Game Changer.
So the manosphere in generally began in Genesis chapter 3, verse 16, after Eve had disobeyed God, and God said, "I will put enmity between men and women, and he shall rule over thee." Basically saying that the man shall rule over women. That was the beginning of the manosphere.
She did that lap dance and got him to eat that fruit. Goddamn it!
Exactly. And as a result of that, the manosphere began. That was the first recorded understanding of the manosphere. So that's when it happened. Now
we're on the same page on that one.
Yeah, but no, I mean, back to the thing. Listen, what any sisterhood or simp don't want to happen is black men starting to demand more from black women. They don't care if you complain about stuff, and blah blah blah, as long as you give them what they want at the end of the day. You know, Black men need to start demanding more from black women and then saying, or else I'm not going to deal with you. Period.
But game
And
changer, we gotta
that's how the
stop calling black
negotiation.
men simps. That word is so vague now. We gotta
Okay.
stop that, man.
Okay.
It don't
So,
have a true
okay,
definition.
then fair enough. Fair
Yes,
enough.
it don't have a true
Then
definition.
semantics aside,
Because when
those who
somebody
pander.
disagree with you, sometimes the motherfucker can call you a simp, and you can
fair
be the
enough,
most
fair enough.
hardcore person on the earth.
Fair
when it
enough,
comes to women.
JSP. Those who pander to black women. So let's just say the sisterhood and those who pander for the sisterhood.
Okay, I got you. I agree with that.
Yeah. So they do not want black men to start demanding more. That is the bottom line. Everything they do, from the beta male coon group to the, abortion people to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It all comes down to one thing. They do not want black men to start demanding more and start to realize that we deserve more and start to further understand that we get more from other groups.
And I would disagree with any motherfucker who
They
think
don't
like
want,
that.
right quick, JSP. They don't want to have that conversation. That's why I see it a pattern all the time. Every time that's brought up, there's constant interruption. There's always going to be somebody that comes on and like, oh, but wait a minute, and then they talk about slavery happened, so why should you get the same thing that the slave masters used to, or whatever. They'll bring up whatever, and now we're talking about ancient Rome. Like they will do anything they will do anything to get off the general topic, and the general topic is black men deserve more collectively than what we've been getting collectively.
Bernard, it's been a group. Got more clock on the wall. Says it's always good to chop it up with you guys. You know what I mean?
Anglais, por favor.
You heard what I said. I was speaking that true English. But anyway, we'll see y'all, Bernard, and I always support you and your channel, City Game Changer, a Prophet of Thought. We go always, I think we all want the same thing. We want black men to be better on top of their game, on a square, on the mountaintop, doing the damn thing. That's all I want. All right, y'all have a good and amazing
I'll
week.
see you Wednesday night, OG. I'll see you Wednesday night.
All right.
So somebody, the chat room is asking what is more, and they're saying, and they're also asking, do I get more with other groups? Generally speaking, more. Do I get more with other groups of non-ADOS black women, or rather, I should say, non-black women from the United States? Absolutely. I've gotten more from Brazilian women. I've gotten more from Cameroonian women who I'm with now, and Dominican and Filipino. So yeah, in fact, I can't possibly think of a group that has given me less. Now that I think about it, and that's just the truth of the matter. Now, when people say more, what I mean by that is more of everything, more general femininity, sex, submission, sandwiches, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I get more of that from each and every single group of females that exists on the planet than I get from black women, including black American women, including beauty. I actually get more of that because they're more likely to not be fat as hell. So
get out of there. Get out of there, brother Game Changer. Get out of there.
So what I'm saying is black men collectively need to start demanding more. That's what I mean. That first time you go to the Philippines and without even asking, a chick just come and offers to Q-tip your ear, you're going to realize what more is. And you're going to realize what a crappy deal that you have been getting all of this time.
You let a stranger that you in another country just stick an object.
Yeah,
into your ear?
I don't know if I go along with that, but I understand.
Excuse me. First of all, I stick objects in her. You better believe that. So yes, I did feel comfortable.
Not sure I need to hear that, but I understand.
Right on. Hey.
Yeah. I mean, Game Changers makes a really good point. And to bring it back around to Ryan Davis, the problem I have with him, and again, he says that he made a part 2 where he more directly addresses Kevin Samuels. To date, I have not been able to find that part 2. If anybody digs it up, let me and Bernard know, and we can take it from there. But based on what he's done so far, and I found it on Facebook, I presume you did too, Bernard. The problem I have with Ryan Davis, number one, he's piss poor at making an argument. I have no judgment with regard to how good or not of a comedian he is. I don't know. But when it comes to making an argument, he gets an F. He did not formulate an argument. You addressing a undifferentiated, amorphous, nameless, faceless group in the peanut gallery is not an argument.
Right.
It's not an argument.
Exactly.
That's a harangue. And black people, in this case, black men, I'm not proud to say this. Too many of us don't know what an argument is. Many of us think that we just fire up wherever we are on social media and we just start speaking into the ether. That's not an argument. If he has an argument against Kevin Samuels, make the argument. I'm open to being persuaded. Make the argument. Make the case. He didn't do that.
Agreed. All right, we about to go to Pablo. We almost about to wrap this bad boy up, but Pablo was challenged directly by OG J Speed.
Yeah,
he threw something out there that I don't think adequately represents your. I'm talking like him. I say represents your position. So go ahead, Pablo. You got it.
So look, I don't think J Speed understood my question that I posed in the chat. My question to him was in reference to him saying, well, I listened to both sides, right? Or I listened to both sides of the argument, what the men are saying, what the women are saying, what the pro-blacks are saying, and this and that, right? Okay, fine. So my question to him was, okay, you listened to both sides. Now, which side are you on? See, after I've listened all of the...
I gotta stop the show, Pablo. Damn it, I'm still that. Because I do listen to both sides, and I'm very objective, but you raise a good point. You listen to both sides, but what side are you on? Because I know what side I'm on, but I am going to listen to both sides and respond to both sides. But I know where I stand. See, when people try to pull that I listen to both sides stuff, but they're not being clear about which side they're on and where they stand on a particular issue, you know that they could very well potentially be on some bullshit. J Speed is in the back, and goddamn it, J Speed, you knew I was trying to get off of here. So I'm gonna let Pablo finish his point. I'm gonna let Pablo finish his point. I'll let you up after you get done, J Speed, because I don't even want to back and forth to keep us on for another hour. But go ahead, Pablo.
I fall on the side of black men. I'm a black male supremacist. I'm a black male supremacist. I fall on the side of black men. Unless some extraordinarily, unabashedly, irrefutable evidence comes along to push me off my square, I fall on the side of black men, particularly in the black manosphere. So whatever them chicks are talking about, I don't care if they're here or in Medellin. I fall on the side of my brothers, and I don't move off of it. Like I said, unless you come to me with some real serious shit, I ain't moving. So J Speed has yet to tell me, after listening to all of the evidence, whose side are you on? They had an old Negro spiritual that says, which side are you on? Which side are you on?
All right.
So,
Pablo, all right.
Pablo,
Hold on, no, Joe. You don't let J Speed respond. I just kept him back there while he had to turn his camera on for it.
No, I ain't gonna have to turn my camera on for this. Some weak
keep
shit.
Keep it quick.
Okay.
Keep it quick. Keep it quick. Keep it quick.
Camera on for this. Wait a minute. See, one thing about me, and people who like me or hate me, one thing I'm gonna say is, J Speed go fall on the side that he think is the truth. I don't give a fuck if it come from a Klan member, or goddamn a racist, skinhead, woman, child, or whatever. I fall on the side is what's right. What sounds right to me.
So now who is
let me
now,
finish.
now what and who is right,
Okay, again.
Stop tap dancing.
Wait, you don't want to tap dance, brother. You don't want to go across seas and tap dance. I tap
I
dance.
just said whose side I was on. Wait a minute. I just said whose side I was on. I'm on black men's side.
I'm gonna be able to get what I'm gonna be able to get out what I need to say. Thank you, sir. What I'm saying is, I listen to everybody, and everybody, even a broken clock, is right twice in 24 hours. I try to get out from whoever I'm listening to the most thing that I can take away from it and use it and apply it to my life to help me or others. But if you believe that you can only just deal with the side of the man, well, then you are very narrow-minded, because women do have a part in raising men. And so if you don't get them right, they still could be steered wrong. So you don't give a fuck and you don't care. Wait. Let me finish.
What?
Let me finish.
You still tap dancing?
I'm not tap dancing, brother. I'm
You and
telling
Sammy Davis Jr.
It might be tap dancing to you, but I got for a man who have 5 children and not one of them in jail. Wait a minute. And see
that's
the
a low
importance.
bar, J Speed. That's a low bar.
And see the importance of family. I'm in the side of the family. That's what I deal with, brother.
And in
I
order
deal
to
with
get
the
that,
family. So whatever you want to do, if you want to deal with pussy and how good you can have it, and how good you can have a woman submit to you just to give you pussy, that's your game. My game is
said
family.
anything about that, J Speed.
My game is
the side of
family.
men.
My game is family. You can't have men without having family. That's the problem in our community.
And you gotta have men.
That's a problem in our community. We have a bunch of men. We have a bunch of men who's been raised by women with no influence from other men. And we just want to totally separate and try to do the same damn thing they did for the last 50 years. It didn't work for them, and it's damn sure ain't going to work for us. If we ain't talking about the family, we ain't talking about a damn thing.
Pablo, are you pro-family? Are you married?
Absolutely. I have a family.
So JSP, like you just, I don't know what
Stop
you're doing.
that.
Well,
you don't have a family. Wait a minute.
Try to tell me. Wait a minute.
You won't have any.
Wait a minute. For a grown man,
you won't have any families, J Speed, unless men. Wait a minute. You won't have
on? What side are you on?
I'm on the side of right,
Pablo.
I'm on the side of right.
Wait, I want to hear Pablo. Go ahead, Pablo.
You won't have any families, J Speed, unless men, and this is one of the reasons that the marriage rates and all of this kind of thing are dropping, and that is because the men who are the ones who initiate marriage. Women don't initiate marriage, sir. We do.
Don't explain it to me. Just go ahead and get your point out, bro.
Okay.
Stop trying to sing a song. I don't have a violin. Get your shit out.
Wait a minute. If you don't make it advantageous to them, to men, you won't have any families, J Speed.
Okay, well,
so that is the point I'm trying to get you to listen to. Listen.
How you gonna have men? Wait a minute.
Are you on men's side?
Until you can be wait, my brother. Until you can be 9 months pregnant, how you gonna have just men's when you gonna have women who influence? Wait a minute, let me finish. When you gonna have women who influence a male child?
You're not on our side. Just say it.
No. I ain't gotta be on your side, bro. I don't know what the fuck what you stand for.
You're not on
I know what you talk about on the internet. I don't know what the fuck you stand for. I got my receipts.
You're on the side of the community.
No, I got my receipts. I don't know what the fuck you stand for. I know what you get up here and talk about, but I don't know what the fuck you stand for. So what the fuck
I just told you what I stood for.
Real quick.
I gave you an answer.
It sounds like you making...
I gave J Speed an answer of whose side I was on. I'm on the side of black men. Now, whose side you on?
J Speed, it sounds like your argument only makes sense is if Pablo's argument is that men should separate from women. Then you would have a valid point. But I don't think
he act as if, excuse me, with no disrespect. He act as if every man got their shit together today. Let's just say that.
That's not what I said.
No,
I'm on black men's side.
Let me finish, brother. Goddamn.
In general.
Hey, let me finish. Goddamn general or colonel, whatever you are. Let me finish. Okay. If every man got their shit together and our women are still fucked up, all right, when the lesson starts for them?
So every man has to have their shit together in order for you to be on the side of black men?
No, I'm already a man. I don't have to be on the side of anything. I'm not side piece. I am a man, brother.
Okay, so whose side are you on?
Wait, I don't have to be on a fucking side. Do you understand your stupid ass question? Do you understand your stupid ass question? I am a man.
It's a very simple question.
No, it's a stupid ass question. I am a man. It's a very
simple question.
Do you have to validate who you are by saying whose side you are on? You stupid.
I'm a black man. I side with black men.
Okay, well you don't have to side with anything that you already are.
50% of the time.
Why are you siding when it's something you already are?
Exactly. So
okay, then you don't have to side with it. That's who you are.
So yes. So tell me, whose side are you on?
Oh man, do you not listen to yourself?
Okay, OG. Let me frame the question. Who's on first? A little better.
Who's on first?
I'm not even about to do this. I think the correct question may be, who do you think is mostly right in these discussions?
In these discussions in the manosphere, the men are right.
Okay.
With all their problems that they having in our community, I haven't heard one that was a lie. They are right. That's why I hang over here. Okay?
So,
they are right. But I'm saying at the end of the day,
say it, J Speed. It will free you. Say it. Go ahead. Say it.
You sound like a little female now, bro.
Come on, J Speed. You can do it.
You sound like a female.
All right.
Somebody don't whoop your ass to death. Somebody don't whoop some female, some black woman don't whoop your ass to death, and then you ain't got over it yet. And you can't, you know what? And you can't get your manhood back by over there with trying to get yourself a banana split.
J Speed and Pablo, I got to go. And y'all know y'all wasn't about to stop. No disrespect. Edward Anderson, I see you down in the back chat. I'm not bringing you up. I am shutting it down. We are getting off the air. Damn it, Lil Big Nate. I think Lil Big Nate going live. I don't got to drop the link. Drop your links, Lil Big Nate. I can't even pull it up right now. I went to your channel. I couldn't see it. I know you but shout out to Lil Big Nate. I think he's about to go live. And also, all right, so with that said,
what side are you on?
We getting the hell up out of here. I'd like to thank everybody who supported the stream in any way, shape, or form, rather your Cash App, Super Chat, hit the like button, did anything, watch with indifference. Shout out to, I almost shouted out Homeboy, but I'm not going to do that. But, but man, this was a good one. And with that said, and lo and behold, I can't find what I'm looking for. All right, with that said, we are out of here. Peace, folks. Today's show is brought to you by the Division 6 comic book, created and produced by Michael Varner and executive producer Theodore Young. Division 6 is a James Bond meets Mission Impossible like geopolitical thriller. The protagonist is Seth Banks, an African-American male genius in cryptology and economics that secretly works for a rogue organization of the CIA called Division 6. Be sure to click the link in the chat room or in the video description to view the comic book. New chapters are added bi-weekly.